Ooh, the gold harvester.
Not the only thing I have is Dantes.
Wait. Wait!
Maybe okay.
Wait, Phantasm till ya. Oh,
No, get out.
What if they leave Spectres?
Wait, do I have every? I don't even have every fucking champion. Yeah, we
Yeah, we can't get Prio though.
yeah, I mean, Reptile, if you want to like go mid after the wave, or top after the wave, and then we just like 3-man, we win that.
Do I go mid then?
Neither of them is flashes.
Yeah, you go mid, you go mid.
Alright, sounds good,
I mean, if I reset, I get my trading force right now, already. Alright. I think the best thing we can do right now is we just like saw it out, and then once we have Dragon coming up in 2 minutes, then we can just play on that. I would look towards bot here.
Yeah, showing. Maybe if Pantheon comes here. Reptile.
I'm going bots.
Look on Draven, look on
If
Draven.
you play it slow, I'll be there.
They're just stunning me off.
I can't live.
I mean, I still have my ult.
He doesn't have flash, but it's a bit hard to
I
get
can't
him.
really go.
I mean, I still have my R. If they try diving
Okay.
this, I'm here, I'm
Yeah,
here.
we fight this.
Fuck me.
I'm coming. Almost there.
Bye.
Okay.
Nice.
Woo! Alright, free drag. Let's go. Yeah, I wish I could have gotten there a bit. Woo!
Bye.
Okay.
Nice.
Woo! Alright, free drag. Let's go. Yeah, I wish I could have gotten there a bit sooner, because if I did, then I could have saved the Phantasm.
That's fine. No, it's really good.
Kentucky just snapped. Uh-oh. Here we go.
What happens when you have anti-ice protesters from deep blue Cincinnati wander across a bridge into deep red Kentucky?
Ooh, bro, they went to the PvP server. Big mistake. Big mistake. Shouldn't do that.
Finally get to see the FAFO scale in action as these activists block the rolling bridge between Ohio and Kentucky. And while Cincinnati PD is gently arresting these people,
Yep. We got ourselves a 2%er here. That's right.
protesting, Kentucky's Covington police immediately laid down the law.
They got a paintball gun. Damn. They're just getting dragged away.
Now, one copper started landing haymakers on a protester in a Cincinnati Reds cap, while
Just beat the fucking shit out of him. Good. You resisting arrest? You're trying to cause problems?
this lady attacked the cops with her tactical slipper.
Oh my god.
Her tactical slipper, as the K9 cops were finally deployed.
Oh shit.
Now,
They
what's
got
interesting is how
build
Kentucky
bridges, not walls. Is the irony not lost on them when they're creating a wall of people? You understand that, right? You're against building, like, so you're standing on a bridge, you're obstructing a bridge by building a wall, holding a sign to build bridges and not wall. Like, this is the kind of shit that makes me think that we're living inside of a simulation.
These media reported on the arrests versus how the liberal media.
This is the kind of shit that makes me think that we're living inside of a simulation.
These media reported on the arrests versus how the liberal media highlights
Kentucky cops beat protesters. Good.
the Kentucky cops that beat protesters, simply demonstrating.
By the way, my viewpoint is that if you are in the street, I think the cops should be able to drag your fucking ass off the street. You need to get off the street. You're trying to obstruct traffic. I don't care. If some like I don't think you could make it legal to run people over, but I certainly wouldn't give a fuck. Sorry. Just don't do it. Get out of the road. With extreme force? Yeah, I don't care about that at all. It's a safety issue? Absolutely. Florida did? Yeah, exactly. Fucking based. Florida made that legal? Yeah, you can just run them over. And you know what they don't do in Florida, by the way? They don't stand in front of the street.
Against the ICE arrest of a hospital chaplain, with Cincinnati's local outlet sensationalizing it.
This is our country! Why are we being beat up because we're doing a peaceful march?
Story I'm getting.
That's crazy, right? How is it that how is it that this is what it must feel like to be racist? Because like I'm so validated all the time, over and over and over. This is the only form of racism that I can participate in for now.
Why are we being beat up because we're doing a peaceful march?
Story I'm getting is
Shut
they were
up,
peacefully
bitch.
assembling, having a protest, and then somebody came down here in a car and antagonized them, and there was a confrontation between that driver and the protesters.
He said, I'm American, and he just threw me down on the ground. And I am 70 years old. This is my country.
This is possibly the
Shut up, Karen. Go back to the nursing home. Get out of the street, bitch.
greatest illustration of culture clash, as plenty of liberal places would simply allow activists to block a bridge. But
Yep.
Kentucky is showing them this renaissance of justice, as they're
Oh.
simply bewildered at the idea that they will be forcefully arrested when
Yep.
taking over our infrastructure. As Cincinnati's local outlet covers a story,
I love it.
reporting how 13 were arrested by
Ooh.
Kentucky's police for rioting.
For riot in the first degree, unlawful assembly, failure to disperse, obstructing a highway, obstructing emergency responders, criminal mischief, disorderly conduct, and resisting arrest. Bro. See, this is why I'm telling you guys, we need to make sure that we have these prison work programs set up. We've got to get that guy from El Salvador over to America and figure out how he gets all of them to get to work. And we need to do the same thing to them.
amongst other things.
Throw the book at him?
But
Yeah.
framing it with a car
A
antagonized the
black SUV was seen driving the wrong way down the bridge as rallies. Okay, police stated that some protesters blocked the bridge while others marched.
peaceful protesters. Imagine you're just trying to get to work, and the unemployed hordes with nothing to do on a weekday afternoon start pounding on your vehicle while waving some other country's flag that has
Welcome to California. Yeah, I totally don't give a shit if people run them over. I don't. Sorry.
absolutely nothing to do with what they're protesting. As these activists are allegedly angry over a Cincinnati children's chaplain being arrested after he recently lost his asylum status in
Yeah,
America.
yeah.
As back in 2022, he filed a lawsuit over the feds flagging him after applying for a job in an Oregon prison.
Uh-oh.
But now facing deportation, they claim his life is in danger if sent back to Egypt, which they're already
Damn, that's too bad. Shouldn't have been here.
accommodating for this by sending people to third-party countries.
Yep.
As one, I really wonder if he was given the option of the South Sudan or El Salvador, would he suddenly change his mind and prefer
Probably
to go
not.
home? And two, they keep framing him as this children's chaplain wrongfully losing his asylum status, but you really have to search to find out why he lost it. As even
Why did he lose it?
NPR's network reports on his case, stating it's over his time on the board of an Egyptian community organization that has ties with an organization that their own government classifies as a terror group, to which he
No way. No way. Wow. Supporting terrorists again. Get them out, bro. They got to get rid of these people. Oh my God. They got to get rid of all of them.
He openly admitted his affiliation with on his application.
I think that people don't understand if they actually had like an open recruiting for like ICE to just go and fucking get rid of all these people. They would be like the website would be shut down by the amount of people trying to apply.
But now the response is that group has been ubiquitous in many aspects of the country's civic life. As honestly, I have no idea how that clears his name, other than possibly the most important aspect of this case is being conveniently omitted.
Isn't it weird how all of these people just somehow end up on the side of supporting militant Islamic terrorist groups? How does that keep happening? What are the odds? I feel like they're like 100%. To be fair, the Egyptian government would call a Shia terrorist organization it was facing away from the government. Not our problem. Not our problem, not our issue. I do not want to import Middle Eastern problems and Middle Eastern conflicts to America. I don't want to deal with that. And I don't think that the Middle East wants us to import our problems over to the Middle East either.
Most of the reporting, as why do all the headlines say children's chaplain, but nothing about the possible ties to terror attempting to get a position inside our prison system? Now I understand their argument. They're framing this as a very loose connection to that organization, and for all we know, this could be true. But it honestly feels like the activist issue isn't with US policy regarding terror, but Egypt's classification of that organization. So why aren't they protesting bridges in Egypt? Or is this yet another example of activists marching on behalf of something they know little to nothing about? But at least
I wonder. I really wonder. What could it possibly be?
Kentucky isn't playing around, as some of the felonies were
Not too far. It's a shame. Amazing when you know what I'm talking about. What am I, what do I not know about with this? Let me get, just a second. You're so limited in my knowledge of this. Here, let me explain what I think. Anybody who has any connection with any of these weird terrorist groups at all, I think should be instantly deported if they're not a United States citizen, with no restrictions at all. If you have a connection with one of these groups, I want you removed from the country, period. I don't care what the fine print is. I don't care what the rules are. Change the rules to make that the policy. That we do not need to import these people. These people are problems. And also, maybe not all of them are problems, but enough of them are problems to where it creates an issue for everybody. Yeah, I'm not interested in allowing anybody in here at all. Your old view of Muslims and Arabs is limited. What about this has to do with Muslims or Arabs? It has nothing. I would say the same thing about people in Africa or people in South America or people in Asia. It has nothing to do with Muslims or Arabs. That's not even the point. The point is that this is a person that's coming into the country that could potentially have a problematic past or a problematic involvement. Why would I want them in the country? I don't. What does this have to do? I don't even get this. Please bring it up. I'm Egyptian. I know how it is. I don't know what it is at all. You mentioned Islamic terrorism. Okay, so Hezbollah is an Islamic terrorist organization. Hamas is an Islamic terrorist organization. I'm trying to. There's another third one that starts with an H. Why am I not thinking of it? There's another one as well, right? The Houthis are an Islamic terrorist organization. There are Islamic terrorist organizations. They do exist. Did I say that every terrorist organization is Islamic? No, of course not, because that's not true. Why would anybody say that? It's not true. So the entire idea, you're putting words in my mouth, getting mad at me, because I'm calling this out as a specific thing. I read what it said. That's what they said it was. I'm not making a judgment on this. They are. So if you're getting mad at me for this, go ahead and get mad at them. Now, ISIS, Taliban, yeah, you're this is just so obnoxious. So obnoxious. Putting words in my mouth, getting mad at me for something I didn't say. It's so annoying. The context is Islamic terrorism because of this guy? Yeah. I've never been like this. And also, by the way, there's a lot of people that are Muslim, as far as I know, in Egypt. The ironic thing about this thing is that, do you know which countries do the best job dealing with Islamic terrorism? The Islamic countries over there. The problem is that over in the United States and in Europe, I think that people view any type of criticism of it as some degree of racism, so they're afraid to look at it. And they even say that. There's even a guy from like UAE that said that himself. Is Muslim country under Sharia? Yeah, it's a black person that agrees. He's being rude. Calling me stupid and saying he was making a patronizing comment that was based off of something that I didn't say or even imply. And you're making, like, there's no, like, again, I have no problem with somebody putting a disagreement in chat, but just saying you're stupid and you don't know what you're talking about, and then explaining yourself and what you're explaining isn't even true. No, that's going to get you a ban. Sorry.
Dropped, but mainly due to guilty pleas on the misdemeanor charges, with 4 still facing felony riot convictions. As their defense attorney is arguing at one point, this was a peaceful assembly, but the Kentucky judge just got frustrated, stating this was a riot, as 5+ people gathered with violent behavior, attacking the police. The simple fact
you just look at the video, it's clearly not a peaceful. If you're standing in the road, it's not peaceful. It's that simple. If you're obstructing people's freedom of movement, it's not peaceful. It's literally that simple.
This case hasn't been thrown out makes me believe they're about to find out. It really looks like Kentucky's justice system is trying to set the precedence of just because you're angry over something beyond your understanding doesn't mean you get to throw a temper tantrum blocking our public streets. As it's
even if you do understand it, it doesn't mean that you can block streets. That's the issue. What do you think of the idea of self-deporting illegals with clean pass, having a streamlined way back into the country? I don't want to give anybody that was here illegally any sort of a benefit because I think it creates a reward structure around bad behavior. But on a fundamental level, I would much rather have a lot of these hardworking illegals than the annoying, obnoxious Karen standing in the middle of the street. Like, that's my actual opinion on it. I think that we all agree that many of those illegals like America a lot more than these annoying Karens. But it's a bad precedent, and we can't do that, obviously.
Sounds like a slippery slope, but there's a reason why in Florida, activists politely protest alligator Alcatraz from the safety of the side of the road.
Isn't that crazy? Look how well behaved they are. This is what happens whenever the threat of being run over exists. You can easily make people do this. Yeah, we don't have to live in a chaotic society ruled by mentally ill people. There's a difference between protesting and civil disobedience. Civil disobedience is in defiance of the law, and idiots defy the law and call it protest. Well, the difference is that, here's real, like, you know, for example, like Rosa Parks sitting at the front of like a bus instead of the back of the bus. This was something that is like standing in the middle of a highway because you're mad that some person got deported by the federal government. There's not like a direct connection here. Whereas with Rosa Parks or sitting in diners or something else, there is a direct connection with this behavior.
When liberal Los Angeles, California loses access to their freeways whenever the Democrats don't get their way. I've covered this third world phenomenon for years now, as sadly the only time the city sees law and order is when Trump deploys the Marines, or when there was mass looting during the lockdowns and the National Guard had to be installed before it stopped. But let me know if you think Kentucky will actually lock up these so-called activists, as some people think a felony conviction is too harsh, but I think it isn't enough. I think if you ever get arrested for activism, you should lose all access to public benefits, as a US taxpayer shouldn't be subsidizing this unemployed behavior. And if you got time
I'm okay with people that get the benefits, but at the same time, like, I just don't want to see, like, I think that, again, like, you got to put these people in jail or something like that, like, get these people out of society.
Block a bridge on a Wednesday afternoon, you got time to get a regular job. Possibly on a farm. I heard a lot of them are hiring.
Yeah, I heard that too.
If you appreciate my concise, lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, subscribe to Decoy
It's
Voice.
crazy. I think that's so fucking funny, man. And I'm glad to see, I also think it's very funny that, like, in Florida, all these people don't cause any problems because they know it won't actually fly there at all. And so that's really one of my biggest complaints about this in general. There's the video right there. I'll give it a like. And I totally agree with what he's saying, by the way. I absolutely agree with it. And like, I think that, like, really all you have to do is impose consequences and a degree of actual accountability, and all of this stuff immediately evaporates. Yeah, it totally evaporates and it goes away, and you're not going to have this problem ever.
Ramzi Khalid Ismail has been hit with a new criminal charge. That's right. As of 2 days ago, on the 25th of July of 2025, we have a new criminal charge for Johnny Somali, aka Ramzi Khalid Ismail. Of course, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and this is a legal mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. Now, this is a fast facts format, which is a summary of my stream. So you want to see all the questions, the comments, the commentary, a little bit more banter, go check that out. But this is the quick and dirty version, so we get right down to the facts. And of course, as always, we have a lovely, lovely PowerPoint for you today. So let's jump right into it today for the 8th indictment. So once again, he has been officially indicted. So this is something that is confirmed in the court records. Now, time and time again, we have a trend. We have a trend that I called out in the beginning, and I said this would happen. And exactly as I predicted, we are seeing new charges added right before each court date. Every single court date since the beginning of this process, we have seen charge after charge after charge after charge added in. This is called merging in a charge. It is atypical for this to happen once, but it is completely unprecedented from the people I've talked to, lawyers, others in this process, to see this many merged into the case, which really means they are hitting him and with needles and needles and needles procedurally, which is exactly why Korea draws out these trial dates. They draw out these trial dates over time. This trial will not be done on his next court date. It will not be done on August 13, 2025. In fact, we can see this thing go as quickly as going into, let's say, October, November, maybe it could end, or it could go into 2026. It's very, very possible that can happen at this point. It really all depends on how this plays out, and also on how Johnny pleads. So let's get into what it is today. And let's also get into a quick summary, because some of you may have taken a little break from Somali, so you need a little refresher. So Somali, before this charge, so this is before the one we're going to talk about today, before today had 7 criminal charges. And those charges were 3 accounts of obstruction of business. We have 2 accounts of the Minor Crimes Act, and 2 deepfake counts. So this is what it is before. And as of this, he's pled guilty to 4 of these, 2 obstruction, 2 minor crimes, and he's pled not guilty to 2 deepfakes and 1 obstruction. So we've got this kind of split thing where he's going to have to present witnesses. He's going to have to try to defend himself against these charges of deepfakes and charge for obstruction. And that's going to take a lot of time and effort and money from Johnny Somali. And as a additional reminder, before today, once again, for people out there, this is the sentencing range before today. It changes wildly, and you're going to see in the best way. And that's the best way for me and those who want Johnny Somali convicted, and the worst way for Johnny Somali after this one is added. So here we had this kind of scale where he could be anywhere from 6 months if they found out that everything was mitigated. Once again, even before this was added, the chances of him getting a mitigated sentence were almost zero. We're going to have a 0% chance of mitigation after this is added. There's no way this cannot be looked at as habitual crime pattern or a crime spree, which completely eliminates the mitigated column. Under the default, which is on the standard, if he's neither bad nor good, that's 2 years and 6 months. Aggravated minimum, which means if they find he is an aggravated criminal, a repeat offender, horrible, not saying he's sorry, not giving restitution, not paying money back, which is all things that we have here, they would sentence him aggravated. And that would be a minimum of 4 years and 3 months up to 12 years. Well, this all changes. And this all changes with the new charge. The new charge is an additional obstruction of business criminal count. So now we have 4 counts, count them, 4 counts of obstruction of business. This is absolutely insane. It's crazy. And this is what I told you beforehand. Now, Johnny Somali Ramsey was mocking me back in November and December of last year for counting all those individual instances. Because remember, when you do something, that is an individual instance of a crime, and they can stack those counts. If you go and rob 2 banks, that's 2 counts of robbery. It's not 1 count of robbery because you went on a robbery spree. You get 2 counts. If you murdered 2 people, that's 2 counts of murder. So because of that, we've now got 4, and we'll talk about what it likely is. But the most important thing here is that this is going to come up at trial on August 13th. So he's going to have to decide what to do with this. Now, he may or may not make a plea at the next trial date. So he may or may not say whether he pleads guilty or not guilty. And by the way, he's finding out about this from my stream. He doesn't know about this. We actually know from the court records that he is going to get the notice tomorrow. So Johnny Somali doesn't even know until right now. And he's going to find out when he gets that translation in the mail tomorrow or Tuesday. So that's going to be a little surprise in Hanky Poo's mailbox that, hey, yo, you got an extra criminal charge. And hey, Legal Mindset is right, because every time I bring this up, it is precisely correct, because these are official records. These are official court records. Now, if he doesn't make a plea, that's great, because then we will get more time. It'll extend the trial, and he's in Korea even longer. His attorney may say, I want some time to think about this, or I want some time to look at the evidence. And very well, they could delay that and push that off to a future date. So we don't know that yet. And once again, the process is the punishment with Johnny Somali with this case. So I am all for him taking his time, bleeding this out, spending Hank's mom's money on this. That absolutely is the best case scenario. Now, let's look at what the new chart looks like. Now, this was a chart that was put together by the Somali conviction team. They worked really hard on this, and I want to give a special shout out to Bang TV, who did a lot of help on this, a smaller Korean channel. Check out his channel. I did an interview with him. He's a great guy. He did a lot of help. Also, the Somali conviction team, you can support them on Ko-Fi/Andrew Esquire. I'm going to be doing something big for them this month. And if that link will be in the description below if you want to support the team, because they helped out making this chart, because your boy was very busy here. So thank you to the Somali conviction team for helping out with the work. So now you see 4 counts of obstruction of business. 1 is for disrupting 7-Eleven. 1 is for a bus. 1 is for a ride at Lotte World. And you see guilty, guilty, not guilty, and question mark. Then, of course, we have the Minor Offenses Act and the deepfakes. So he's going to need to decide what to do with this at the next plea hearing. Now, what is this for? Well, we can speculate. And our best speculation is either the subway or the bus, particularly either the day, I believe, September 26th or 27th of last year, because there was certain questions that were being asked by police. And we on the Somali conviction team have put together the facts to figure out that it's probably a bus or subway incident near the 27th of September. And we're going to go back and confirm that. Of course, it could also be related to the rotting fish harassment. Someone was running around with a fish and harassing people. He also got on a bus that day. It's very likely a bus. We don't believe it's ABC Pizza, because they kind of feel lazy. They don't want to get involved. They haven't been involved so far. So we think it's that. Now, we could be wrong. This is speculation. All we know right now is this obstruction. we will know the exact reason at the next trial date as we give live updates on August 13th. So that's a reason for you guys to tune in on that day, because we're going to figure out what this is factually and whether there's witnesses, etc. Remember, we had a victim come up, and a victim that was asking for extreme punishment. We don't know which victim that is. It could be a victim from the bus. We have no idea whatsoever. So we're going to find out a lot of juicy facts at the next trial date, which is why I'm so excited to be covering that live when it goes live in Seoul. So that's what we have for that. Now, I saved the best for last, the sentencing chart. This sentencing chart just got amazing. Let's check this out. So this is an updated chart. Now, so you understand, these are the guidelines for one single crime of obstruction of business, of deepfakes, of total. We're going to look at the bottom to look at Johnny's totals. This is as it applies to Johnny. And this is, of course, from the Korean sentencing guidelines, which we have used over here. And this is what everybody should be paying attention to. If any YouTuber or any outlet reports anything but this, they are not applying the sentencing guidelines. It's a incorrect application of the sentencing guidelines. He's not going to get 30 years. He's not going to get 28. That's beyond the maximums. So just understand that these are the real numbers, and these are the real numbers that people need to use, or else they're not reporting accurate information. But the information that's really important here, and the one I want you to pay attention to, is the default and the aggravated. Remember, the default was about 2 years. Now it's 4. The aggravated minimum, which I think is very possible, is 8 years and 4.5 months. Think about that, people. A minimum of 8 years and 4.5 months. That cannot be more wonderful. That cannot be more apt punishment for a Johnny Somali if he gets 8 years in a Korean prison. Of course, the maximum has not changed from 12. That's the cap, statutory cap, so they can't go beyond 12. So I do think it is very realistic at this point to say Johnny Somali is looking anywhere between 4 to 12 years, particularly to say 8 years. My guess is now around the minimum, so 8 years and 4.5 months. I think this is my guess in terms of categories. I don't think he's going to get the max. I don't think he's going to get default. I think this is where it'll land. But of course, it is completely reasonable for him to get this as well. So this is absolutely fantastic news in terms of Johnny Somali, and this is certainly going to be causing angst for our favorite cabbage farmer. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below, and I'll catch you on the next.
Are you guys enjoying the stream today?
Pokemon is losing their legal battle with Palworld, according to what we can take from the latest new update in their case with the information we have gleaned. We're going to get into that today on The Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. Of course, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, breaking down these legal issues all over the world. And today we have the fascinating case of Pokemon versus Palworld. This is something that I've actually covered on previous streams. I've covered this in the past. But once again, with these big lawsuits, they often don't have updates for a while. And to give you guys a little bit of background on Pokemon versus Palworld, well, unless you live under a rock, you know about Pokemon, which is obviously a massive franchise, and it's owned between Nintendo and the Pokemon Company. And then you've got Palworld, which is owned by Pocket Pair, and it is really focused on PC. Now, this is very important because one of the big things overall for Pokemon is they've been real console, let's say, loyalists, or you might even say zealots for the consoles. They really don't believe in PC, and they've been pretty hardcore in keeping anything Pokemon-like from entering the PC sphere, which is why they always kind of had an eye on Palworld, and why one of the reasons why they took this shot. But the background is Nintendo and Pokemon Company, they filed a case for patent infringement against Palworld Pocket Pair September 18, 2024. Now, this is very, very important, and a lot of people miss the ball here. A lot of people think it's copyright. They think it's the ideas or the designs. This is not about the specific designs, and this is not about the ideas. This is about the patents. So Nintendo filed these patents and is claiming infringement of certain very specific patents. And that's a really narrowly focused piece of litigation. And now they're claiming they violate, obviously, several patents, not just one. And Nintendo wants an injunction to stop the sale of Power World and monetary damages. So pretty much to kill the game. So to kill the game and recoup any money that Pocket Pair, Power World made from the game. That's pretty much that's very scary, because obviously you can see the consequence for other game companies, smaller game companies. If Nintendo is allowed to put down Power World, there will never be, I think at least for a while, there won't be anything that comes close or near Pokemon. But we've got some updates here. So obviously, some of the patents that people talked about, one of the most obvious is the catching mechanic with the ball. That's one of the things that Pokemon included in their lawsuit as an infringing patent. However, Power World has a defense. Power World's defense is that these patents were never infringed in the first place. They argue that, not only did they not infringe the patents, but the patents themselves are likely not even valid. If you look at the validity of these patents, some of them are ambiguous. They're kind of too broad. They're not in any way violating them on a technical basis. It's not something they have kind of technical exclusivity over, and they're violating that. So that's Power World's defense, and they've been pretty consistent on that. And the other thing they've done, and which is brilliant, is they've changed the mechanics. And what this does is, while Power World and Pokemon, both Japanese companies, may have a stronger case, Nintendo may have a stronger case in Japan under Japanese law, under US law, and mind you, the majority of the users for Power World are in the United States. That's really what Nintendo wants, is to get them hit in the United States. Changing those mechanics is frustrating what's called a good faith basis claim in US courts under US copyright law. So by Power World making those decisions to change things, to modify certain mechanics, that actually is frustrating them in the US. I know a lot of people think Power World was backing down, but they actually were being smart there. They were playing the long game. They're saying, hey, they're attacking us and they want our US customers. Look, if it ended up a situation where Power World was banned in Japan, that really wouldn't hurt their overall market. If they could still go to the US, Europe, Canada, everywhere else in the world, it's not really going to matter too much. The Japanese domestic market isn't going to make or break Power World. However, the US would. The US certainly would. So they frustrated them on that side. So Pokemon had to counter that, because now their claims, their patent infringement claims, are weak in their primary market. So they're saying, okay, let's try to change something up. Because, of course, Nintendo has a massive legal team, and they have been known, their tactic is to sue people until they're penniless, to go after them with every speck of their legal resources to crush them. Very similar to Disney and other very, very large corporations that are kind of the industry leaders in their specific areas. So the mechanic they specifically modified is actually, it's kind of related to the gliding mechanic, but it's smooth switching of writing objects. So they went to the Japanese patent office recently, and they changed the patent language regarding smooth switching of writing objects. Now, it's very interesting because they didn't make it more clear. They actually added a bunch of legal gobbledygook. We call it legalese, right? They just added some kind of extra superfluous language, including very ambiguous words like even when, which isn't really used in, especially in patent drafting. I rarely ever use even when in contract drafting. It's just something that you really don't use because there's other ways you can say things that creates more ambiguity. Now, why would they do this? Well, it's extremely rare to modify your patents, particularly mid-litigation. It's not something you would normally do. It's a very odd move, because if you're modifying your patent, what does that mean? Well, what does that mean? Shock Pikachu face. Nintendo is not doing good. Nintendo is actually thinking they're going to take the L. So they realize they not only have a weak case in the US due to the modifications, but they may actually lose their patents. Their patents could be declared invalid. So because of that risk, they're trying to throw out some confusion, some ambiguity, some delay. This is something very common in general as a litigation tactic, particularly if you have a lot of resources. What you try to do is win the procedural victory. Sometimes, let's say the smaller party has justice on their side. We're going to call that the substance of the law. The heart of the law is on the side of the small guy. It's on the side of the underdog. But the big guy has something the small guy doesn't have, and that's money. And when you've got money, you can win a procedural victory. Often this happens by dragging out litigation so long, it becomes costly for the person on the other side, the smaller party, and therefore they have to give up because they're literally being drained dry by litigation and they cannot do it any longer. And that's what Pokemon is doing here. Now, I do think that Power World so far has seen that they have the wherewithal to get through this and not try to settle it out or get something, where they'd be in a bad position. I think Power World may be able to fight this, but this is really bad news showing Nintendo doing this. It is an obvious intimidation tactic against small developers, indie developers, showing that Nintendo is committed to litigation and they will sue you all the way to Johto, right? If they feel like you are coming even close to anything Pokemon or their market share, or even going on PC with something that's Pokemon-esque. It's really something that they're flexing, saying, hey, look, small creators, indie devs, we will sue you, we will drain you, we will fight this out. You may not be a Power World. Maybe Power World will win. And this is actually looking like Power World may very well win this. But small guys will still crush you. So Nintendo being Nintendo, very interesting. Let me know what you think in the comments below, and I will catch you on the next.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god.
And I definitely won't say that they're the most comfortable jeans I've ever worn. Or that they make your butt look amazing.
Yeah.
Why would I need to do that? But if you said that you want to buy the jeans, I'm not going to stop you. But just so we're clear, this is not me telling you to buy American Eagle
And
jeans.
she's not wearing shoes.
Sweeney has very keen.
You see what I did there, right?
And by the way, the entire context of this is them talking about her boobs, by the way. That's what's being discussed with jeans. Everybody that's not a retard, all right.
The friend that's too woke, because those Sydney Sweeney American Eagle ads are weird, like fascist weird, like Nazi propaganda weird.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has very keens.
Should we be surprised that a company whose name is literally American Eagle?
I love how like the idea is American Eagle is like somehow like fascist or bad or propaganda. Didn't America like fucking beat fascism in World War II? Didn't we get rid of that? What are we talking about here? Oh my god. Look at our background. It's Pokemon and the ever-changing pride flag that adds a new color every single year. Oh my god.
Making fascist propaganda like this? Probably not, but it's still really shocking. Like a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white woman is talking about her good genes.
Yeah, because of her boobs, obviously. And also she's attractive. And this is something that people might not want to hear, but it's true. A lot of people's appearance is genetic. Like, if you are ugly and you look weird, there are oftentimes genetic reasons for this. It's not because of, like, there's some people that are just fat or something like that. Oh, absolutely. But if people have a weird sized face, especially women with body proportions, these are primarily genetic. And so there are chicks that have huge ass titties. They didn't do anything to earn that. And there's chicks that don't, and they didn't do anything to earn that either. And so the entire idea, that's just the way it is. And so fat fatigue, yeah. America has fat fatigue. We're sick of looking at people that are ugly and displeasing to look at modeling clothes. It's insane. Why would anybody want this? And so, yeah, it's crazy. I don't know what this is. Someone said there are Nazi dog whistles in that ad. Well, of course, right? And that's what it is. Genetics have to do with it, but she works on herself in the gym, eating healthy. She shouldn't be ashamed of her hard work to look good. No, bro, like I'm telling you, genetics play a bigger role than you think. They really do. Genetics play a huge role in people's attractiveness, and some people are just born ugly, and that's it. Now, they can improve their appearance, and they can do things to make things better and make it easier for themselves, but in a general sense, they're born ugly. That's it. And that too bad, right? Too fucking bad.
Like, that is Nazi propaganda.
Yeah.
I also am thinking about like all of the young girls who are doing their back to school shopping right now at places like American Eagle who are seeing ads like this.
Yeah. This is the person, by the way, who is ruining everything. Do you remember what I said? 2 groups of people? This is exactly what I mean. This person right here is a bigger threat to America than ISIS, Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah, all put together, okay? Like, this is the real enemy within, all right? It's true. I'm being serious about this. These people will ruin everything.
Also, American Eagle is mostly a brand that, like, teenagers to, like, young adults shop at, and so the fact that, like, this type of advertising is being used that feels so for the male gaze and so
it is for the male gaze. That's right, because guys like looking at hot girls with big boobs. That's right. That's correct. Wow. Thank you, Lilith. You've given us the insight that nobody else ever had. Wow. Did you guys know that? What a fucking surprise.
Sexualized, like, I just don't like it. I don't like it even a little bit.
Boy. So we got to talk about the liberal outrage over Sydney Sweeney pushing what they're calling Nazi fascist eugenics propaganda in an ad campaign with American Eagle Outfitters.
It sure seems like it worked.
Sydney Sweeney has great genes. Because she has great genes, this is Nazi fascist eugenic propaganda, right?
Of course.
Liberals are very upset over Sydney Sweeney having
It's not even liberals. It's just it you'll see. You'll see. You'll see.
American Eagle, their stock has enjoyed a lot of success since this ad campaign. Really showing.
Wait, so are you telling me that they put out an ad with an attractive woman that had big boobs and it caused the number to go up? Has this ever happened before? Guys, oh man. Like, I'm not sure if this has ever happened. What? What do you mean you could just go and do that? What do you mean you could just go and put a video game out and then have a bunch of people play it and say that it's insanely good because the characters are hot? No way! They cracked the code. How do they keep figuring us out? They're pissed because they can't fit into those jeans?
These liberals that America's back. And that's what I want to talk about here today, because that's what this is.
I'm sure they
about.
sell 4X.
Liberals are upset that non-woke advertising is back, that companies are making money off of not being woke, right? In fact, trying to appeal to a majority of America. Again.
Yeah, the majority. Imagine that.
Shocking concept in business and marketing. Appeal to the majority of the country, not the fringe left, right?
Yeah, the thing is that, like, and this is the problem, is that we've had society that's been fucking held hostage by these hogs for like almost 10 years now. 10 years we've had to deal with hog oppression. I feel like I'm in fucking Animal Farm. Really? I'm and like for 10 years I've been being sent to the glue factory and I'm fucking tired of it. This is insane.
Anyways, I want to go ahead and play some clips here of liberals losing their minds over this, because this meltdown is probably one of the funniest ones I've seen in a long time. It's truly pathetic stuff. Take a look.
Sydney Sweeney has officially flown too close to the sun.
Yeah.
And nobody should ever be shooting her bail ever again. Never again. She's shown you who she is multiple times over now. Because see, everybody seems to have forgotten about / swept under the rug the fact that at her mother's 60th birthday party, they had spin-off hats made of Make America Great Again hats that said Make 60 Great Again. Not only...
This is the kind of retard that tweets about me. Bro, this that same kind of retard that makes tweets about me, bro. Like, yeah. Oh my god.
That her close family was at that party wearing Blue Lives Matter shirts.
Yeah.
Not only that, that party
So
was...
wait a minute. So she's wrong because her family members wore a shirt? And she made a joke about the obviously most popular campaign slogan in like he's probably around my age, in our entire lifetime. They made a joke about that, and somehow you're losing your mind?
Thrown at a ranch, and that may seem like an insignificant detail compared to the other two, right?
Yeah, it
but
is.
You couple the aesthetic of the clothing that people were wearing with the fact they actively chose a ranch as a venue.
And also,
I don't know.
by the way, why do cops' lives not matter? I don't think there's a problem with saying Black Lives Matter or Blue Lives Matter. Yeah, like, I support both of them. Sorry. I guess this is going to be like a Ludwig perspective of mine. But yeah, I agree with both sides. I think that obviously police officers shouldn't treat minorities badly, and people obviously should care about police officers. Yeah, true. There's no problem with that.
Oh, it's kind of just blatantly saying racism to me. It's saying I'm a conservative piece of shit. That's what it's telling me. And people did the typical thing they do when a white person they like shows them that they are actually a conservative. They say, oh, well, that was just their family. You know what I'm saying? They can't control their family's views. Like, that doesn't say anything about their political tilt. You know what I'm saying? And then Sydney Sweeney came out with the statement, oh, you guys, I just wanted to share photos of my mother's birthday party, and you guys made it some insane political statement. No, motherfucker.
Yeah, no, yes, motherfucker. The thing is that these people lose all of their power once you stop giving a shit about them and start laughing at them. That's what you have to do. You have to laugh at these people and never take them seriously. Because if you give these people any level of power, any level of credibility, you listen to any of their grievances, it's like a fucking parasite that gets inside of you, and it just infects more and more and more of you before it takes control, and it starts running the ship itself and replacing people like Sydney Sweeney with hogs wearing bikinis that nobody wants to see. Except for other people that look like that. And even they don't want to see it. That's why they use filters on themselves whenever they go on dating apps. They don't even like
Make
themselves.
America Great Again hats and Blue Lives Matter shirts at a birthday party. You are making it political. That attire never needs to be worn at a birthday party.
Your phone is not broken. No, that was not AI. Yes, that was a real ad by...
Now, I'm not going to say... That's crazy though, right? I mean, like, we are sorry. No, it's 3. It's 3 out of 4. I've been 75% right on this one. That's crazy. What are the odds on that? Honestly, I'm surprised it's not higher.
American Eagle
is worse than the T-League. And I just want you guys to see that the majority of the time that the people that are losing their minds over this shit, it's just jealous, fat, ugly women. That's it. That's the whole thing. That's the entire problem. There's literally like, and I really mean this. There's not a greater social message. There's not anything. It's literally that simple. Brother, look at your chat. What are you crying about because they're making fun of her? Bro, you getting mad? You get mad? I don't give a fuck what people say. Like, unless it's against the rules. I want people to say whatever the fuck they want. I don't care. What do you think? I'm their dad? I don't give a fuck about that at all. Like, I'm gonna let y'all know. The only rules that I uphold are the ones that I feel like upholding and the ones that I have to uphold. I do not give a fuck. If you want to type something bad in my chat, I will ban you because I have to. But on a personal level, if it was up to me, I probably wouldn't. If you don't like what somebody's saying, respond back and have an argument. Have a conversation. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I don't care. You crying, oh, but what about the message in your chat of the guy that said base to the bad thing? I don't care. I cannot. I don't even be. I cannot even begin to care. Do not give a shit.
Campaign featuring Sydney Sweeney basically boasting eugenics. A lot of people are upset because there's a lot of nuance to this as to why they should be upset. But at the end of the day,
I love how all these people are all thinking about it's because it's that she's white. It's because of her boobs. Like, this is very, very common that people will say that a girl has good genetics if she has big boobs, because they are primarily genetic. It's something that you either spawn in with or not. It has nothing to do with her being white in the first place. Like, it's crazy.
this is not surprising. This is who they have always been.
And a nice looking face.
If you've
Yeah,
been
true.
following my page for a while, you know I believe 3 things.
Oh, God. I believe 3 things. What are they? Let's hear them. Number 1.
A leopard can't change its spots.
So she's against trans people? Huh? See, this is the kind of stupid logic. See, people like this, they love to say this. Yeah, caught? Yeah, oh, wow, there we go.
The North will always remember. And if
the North will always remember. Are you talking about the Civil War? The Civil...
Walks like a duck, talks like a duck. It's spots. The North will always remember. And if it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, it's more than likely itself. And
you mean it's more than likely a duck?
No better example than American Eagle, right? Because itself. And
you mean it's more than likely a duck?
No better example than American Eagle, right? Because I was a teen in the early 2000s, and I remember places like American Eagle, Aeropostale, Abercrombie and Fitch. Yes, Abercrombie and Fitch was the worst out of all of the...
See, you know exactly what it is. You grew up fat, you were out of shape, you had body image problems, and you didn't like the fact that clothing companies put people with aspirational bodies and appearances on those ads. And so now you've tried to make it your life goal to go out and change the public narrative. And also, by the way, I want to say this is a very important thing about this. This is a completely self-serving behavior. They don't really care about this anyway. They don't give a shit about this. This is the same reason why the fat acceptance movement is 95% women. It's about psyoping people into thinking that the way that they live and the way that they look is attractive. They want everybody else's mind to change and to conform around them. So don't ever confuse yourself or trick yourself into thinking, oh, well, actually, they care about equal representation. No, they don't. She's being represented and you don't like it. That doesn't seem very equal at all.
Y2K brands when it came to like ostracizing people. But, you know, Aeropostale and American Eagle were not too far off, okay? They still carried things like a 000. They weren't as inclusive.
What's a 000? Let me ask the internet. What is a 000 in terms of clothing? A style designation for women's apparel that's smaller than the stand. I see. Nation for women's apparel that's smaller than the stand. What is a 000 in terms of clothing? A style designation for women's apparel that's smaller than the stand. I see. I see. Okay. Right. Keep in mind. So look at what she's saying. She's saying that carrying a size is problematic. This is on her list of grievances. So these people don't want to be represented. They want to remove other people's representation. It's not enough for them that they have a 4X section. No, that's not enough. They have to actively remove people that are skinny and people who are thin, skinny erasure. Yeah, exactly. And this is my point, right? Is that simply having a size, because there are women that are thin. I know this. Look, I've seen them on the internet, okay? I'm not sure, right, personally, but I've seen them on the internet. They're selfish. Yeah, exactly. And this is what I'm saying. Yeah, it was like a video of China.
So when it came to their models or who they were hiring, like they did a little bit better than A&F, but not much, which is why this ad is not surprising.
It's not surprising.
Starting off the bat, they went in with queer baiting. A lot of people thought they were teasing Renee Rapp and that this was going to be this big campaign.
Who's Renee Rapp?
Promote more inclusivity, but jokes on them.
How is it inclusivity when they don't promote a group of people? Like, I don't understand how inclusivity is promoting the same groups of people. This doesn't really seem like it's inclusivity. It just seems like it's representation for a different group of people at the expense of another group. Like, his logic isn't logic. Her logic, this isn't logic. And that's also a very good point here, is that these people are not using logic. They're just simply advocating for what they want. Renee Rapp is a lesbian singer? I don't even know who that is.
It was Sydney Sweeney.
The words we use are never unintentional, and so for American Eagle to say that Sydney Sweeney has good genes,
if they're so unintentional, then why'd you say If there's never words that you use that are unintentional, why are you using verbal pauses? Did you mean to use the verbal pause? No, of course you didn't. You'd never use a verbal pause if you could help it. It's just, again, it's so stupid.
Is not an accident. So, there's an ad that was grabbed from the internet that said, why Sydney Sweeney has good genes. It talks about her, how genes are passed down throughout time, from your mother, from your father, and you get your genes.
That's true, by the way. That's by the way, I don't know if you know this, but I bet her parents probably have the same. I bet they're also black. I bet they probably have the same skin color as she does because of their genes. I bet I've got a pretty high probability of that one, huh?
Parents.
Yeah.
Her genes are blue. She wanted us all to know her genes are blue.
Yeah.
And this is not a far cry to say that it is the amping up of eugenics in this country.
I think that's a far cry. I think that's absolutely a far cry to say.
It is the ramping up of...
Yeah, I think it is. It's a bit of a far cry.
Choosing certain models, people to promote certain items that look like what they want their customers to look like.
Can Sydney Sweeney stop?
Yeah, obviously that's the reason why people want it. That's why they used attractive people for Abercrombie and Fitch. It's that they want to look at attractive people. People want to wear clothes and they want to imagine themselves looking attractive. I don't know, like, I don't know what she was knitting there, but hopefully it wasn't clothes for a person to wear, because she obviously doesn't understand the apparel business. This is a problem.
Appealing to the incel market.
Because nobody wants to look like you. That's the reality. Nobody wants to look like you.
They want their customers to look like.
Can Sydney Sweeney stop appealing to the incel market? It's getting annoying.
Wait. Attractive women appeal to incels? Okay.
He just did an ad with American Eagle, which is a clothing company basically known for their jeans. It kind of starts with her zipping up her clothes and the camera moving up her body. It is Sydney Sweeney. She's very attractive. And she's narrating. Jeans are important. They discover things like skin color, eye color, and hair color.
Yeah.
Odd. The camera makes it up to her face.
True.
And she says, "My jeans are blue," as the camera zooms in on her blonde hair and blue eyes. Not to sound like a lib here or anything, but like, if you watch the commercial, it does kind of feel like their Third Reich posting.
So first and foremost,
this is the reason why I say that, like, this is the reason why I keep saying that you're gonna have like a rise of, like, you know, basically another Adolf, like, Nazi thing. It's because they call everything that. Everything is like Nazis. Everything is Hitler. Like, if everything is Hitler and everything is Nazis, whenever you have people that are actually Hitler and actually Nazis, people are going to be so fatigued from listening to that, oh, this is Nazis, these are Nazis. Like, it's crazy. They're not even going to be paying attention whenever it actually happens.
Y'all, the ad is apparently supposed to be her selling jeans, but, like, if you watch it, you don't get that vibe that that's what she's selling, like, at all. So, for starters, right, the ad that I've seen, because, again, I'm not sure if there's multiple. I don't even need to see multiple, though. But the ad that I've seen, it's so creepy, and it's so obvious that they're trying to promote eugenics. Like, and I think, again, this all goes to, like, my apparently too woke theory that conservative media is literally overtaking, like, the entire, like, media atmosphere. Also,
now you know how I feel. Now you know how I feel. I had to deal with this shit for 10 years. Yeah, exactly.
I'm switching the lighting because it's making my concealer look so light. And I promise y'all it is not that light. I promise you. Anyway.
I love how she even recognizes the irony of what she's doing, but she has to address it in the video because it's so ridiculous.
It'll blend out, I promise you. I know what I'm doing. Anyway, so yeah, like, when you see it, like, it's just like a eugenics campaign.
That's obviously what it is.
Like, of course you're gonna say that the blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl has great genes, and people are trying to say, oh, well, it's just a reference to her big boobs, okay? Yeah. Like, I'm sure it's also a reference to that, but let's also, like,
so you agree?
100% sure at the same time that two things can be true at once. So it's also about literally the fact that she's a white blonde girl.
Yeah, so you see that, you heard that. Now, again, what is this all about? Well, it's about the fact that they're losing the culture war, right? They are upset that an American company can openly, in their eyes, advertise to white people, right? Because they're basically trying to say...
It's not even advertising to white people. It's like, I'm pretty sure there's plenty of black guys and, you know, Hispanic guys and Indian guys that see that and they're like, all right, I'm going to get American Eagle. That sounds really good. This is not just for white people.
This is fascist, Nazi, eugenics propaganda, right? Sydney Sweeney has great genes, which, I mean, she does. In that commercial, I thought that the genes were very nice genes. But if they just so happen to be talking about genetics, I think that she has great genes as well, too. When you talk about that, I mean, I can think of a couple of
reason why they did it.
Big reasons, right? In regards to why she has great genes that should be pretty obvious, right? I think everybody can agree Sydney Sweeney does have great genes. To me, it doesn't matter what those reasons may or may not be, because being white and blonde, right, having blue eyes, that doesn't mean that you have bad genes, right? Just like I don't think...
that's what these people try to push, right? That's clearly what it is that they would have no problem with somebody going and saying that if that person shared the attributes that they have. But when a person who doesn't share those attributes says it, now it's problematic. This is the reason why I think a lot of people don't respect this kind of stuff. It's because it's completely one-dimensional. It's not really about any sort of an ideology. I mean, it's just, again, erasing and replacing people that they think are problematic with people that they don't. It's just that simple.
Being black means that you have bad genes, or being Asian means you have bad genes. Like, even if they mean that because she's white, she has good genes, why is that controversial, right? Especially considering how we just lived through 4 years of blackity black, 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 and black, right? Everything is great, right? If it's black, black is beautiful, right? Okay,
yeah, they've been saying this forever. Like, and again, there's plenty of people that are attractive. Like, I don't know. I mean, you go look at my Instagram following, you'll see that I'm not a racist, okay? And so the fact is, like, it's just, and every guy, by the way, 95% of guys are like me.
We've spent the past 4 or 5 years celebrating blackness.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with this company. Not even saying it. Like, they're not even, they're saying it, but they're not really saying it. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not even being overt about it. Okay. They're like, okay, a wink and a nod, right? She got nice jeans. Basically, the whole point of the advertisement is for people to read into it the way that they want to read into it, right?
It's intentionally provocative. It is, of course.
Pretty
it is.
genius, okay? Which is part of the reason why the stock has skyrocketed.
It did. Wow!
Since then,
wow!
right? I mean,
Wow!
time
What a
in which
surprise!
this ad campaign dropped.
That's
American
crazy.
Eagle got a big boost. But again, what these people are really mad about is that American Eagle, they're not advertising like this anymore. Right?
No, bro. Do you want to know why they're not advertising like this? Is because nobody wants to look like that. That's the real reason. Nobody wants to try to go and look like that. And so that's the, and it's not about the skin color. That's like such a low IQ opinion. It's the skin color. Nah, bro, it's not the skin color. All right? It's your face, it's your body shape, and it's your size. All right? That's what it is.
They're not advertising to the higher calorie woke women
Higher calorie
of America, right?
Good one.
They're not doing this anymore. Okay, this is from 2019. Okay, it went from 2019 to them doing this, right? Also, on top of that, they were doing this. Right.
American Eagle ads. Yeah, they had no problem with this. And again, why did they have no problem with this? Well, the reason why is because it's representing people that don't make them feel insecure. It has nothing to do with any ideology at all.
This is what they were putting out there, right? They went from this and this to this, right? I think that's
and they're going hard.
And this to this, right? I think
and they're going hog wild over it. I can see why. I can. It's all about them. And this is one thing that if in order to understand, God, this is going to sound so bad. I'm going to say it. In order to understand most of the complaints that a lot of these fat people have, you have to understand that they are some of the most selfish people on the entire fucking world. They are selfish, gluttonous, greedy, and they only want what they want. That's it. And so in order to understand why they're doing something, you have to reverse engineer what are they getting out of it. How are they getting something out of this? And if you can figure that out, then everything else is going to make perfect sense. No self-control? Yes, clearly, right?
Great. America's back, right? America is
seeing a TikTok saying it's Nazi propaganda. Yeah, I'll get a few of them on Twitter after this. But after that, there's other things I want to complain about too today. This is how you market to a male audience? Yeah, no, I understand this. And also, that's the other thing too, is that this ad wasn't for you. It wasn't for the fat women that want to, feel good about their size, and so they put another fat woman in jeans on there. This is an advertisement for guys. And also girls that want to be attractive to guys.
Okay? I love it.
Yeah.
Right? I love it. Okay? There's nothing wrong with using skinny white women, right? In advertisements.
Yep.
I'll just say it. I don't think I want to see this, right? I don't want to see this.
I don't think anybody, by the way, if they had done, Halle Berry in this commercial instead of Sydney Sweeney, I feel like nobody would have fucking complained, number one. And number two, nobody would have gotten mad on the other side either. It's just, it's not even true.
This does not appeal to the male gaze. Yes, advertising.
The Beyonce?
When they're advertising clothes for women, yes, they should appeal to the male gaze. Yes, exactly. That's what they should be doing. I don't know why they ever got away from it, right?
Yeah.
Why did they ever decide to pull away from it? Because this has always worked in this country, right? If you want to sell something, okay, this has
still does. This is why I said before, right, is that you can look at the top 100 male streamers and you're going to see some weird, ugly looking dudes. You can look at the top 100 female streamers and every single one of them is above average attractiveness. Every single one. That's it. That's just the way it is. That's the way it is. And you might not like it, but you look at where the numbers are, and that's what the numbers be.
Always worked when it comes to marketing to the masses, right? It's always worked, and it will never stop working, right? This will always work. So again, you know, hey, I personally believe that this is hilarious, right? Liberals, again, they can see the writing on the wall here. Corporate America, they're actively moving away from DEI. They're moving away from woke capitalism. Okay, they're moving away from ESG. They're moving away from all of that stuff. And
of course,
they're actively swinging in the opposite direction.
Because
right?
the only reason why the companies really use that stuff a lot is that for a while, companies like BlackRock were incentivizing it, and they were being misled by advertising groups and by interest groups and by advocacy groups and by HR personnel that this is actually what people want to see. And now that I think that the the window of politics has shifted, people are just outspoken about saying, no, we don't want to see this, and that's it. They got funding. Yeah, they would do this for funding. Exactly.
Pendulum has really swung the other way here. And corporate America is embracing traditional American advertising.
Imagine
that's
that.
a great sign about the cultural direction of the country if this is what we're getting back to,
Thank
right?
God.
We're getting back to stuff like this. This is a great sign, right? So with that being said, Sydney Sweeney does in fact have great genes, right? It doesn't matter how much it pisses off these liberals. That is a fact. That is an undisputable fact that they're just going to have to live with. So let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
I'm going to be honest, man. I think that was a pretty good video. I like this. I don't know who this guy is at all. I'm going to link y'all his video. It almost has 1 million subs. Holy fuck. And yeah, this was really good. I liked it a lot. And I'll link it to you guys right now. And W video, yeah. I totally agree with everything he's saying, by the way. I absolutely do. And I think he's great. Yeah, I'll give him a sub as well myself. And there it is. You want to boost your stock price? Hire Sydney Sweeney? Well, I mean, and there are 1 million other attractive women that you can do this with also. It's not like there's only one person that's able to do that. This is something that's generally true. If I can see if I can find it, Sydney Sweeney. Bro, it said leak. Oh, God. Okay. And so here we go. And this is the fall 2025 campaign. Yeah. Right. And so here we go. And leak. Oh, God. Sydney Sweeney. Bro, it said leak. Oh, God. Sydney Sweeney. Bro, it said. Let's see if I can find it. Sydney Sweeney. Bro, it said leak. Oh, God. Okay. And so here we go. And this is the fall 2025 campaign. Yeah. Right.
Sydney Sweeney has very keens.
I can see why they're mad. Yep, I can absolutely see why they're mad. 100%. And they're crashing out over this. Let me see if I can put in Nazi. I'm sure this will really come up with some really great ones here. Yeah, there we go. Dude, the T app leak. This was absolutely devastating. I don't think that people realize how damaging this really was. Because now everybody had an idea that this is the case, but like now it's in a database and you can see it and everybody's there. Absolute fucking cinema. Yeah, they deserved it. I think they deserved it too. Absolutely. But hey, you go on an app and it's all about sharing people's personal information, and against their consent, by the way, and or not even, maybe not necessarily against, but without their consent. And guess what? Now you get your personal information shared without your consent, and you're crying about it. Sorry, guys. I think that's karma. So anyway, we already knew it. They just proved it. Yes, bro. It is... This meme, I think, will last for a very, very long time. There it is. The Sydney Sweeney American Eagle ads are Nazi propaganda. You're a fascist. You don't agree. Yep, there we go. A scary Nazi just for posting. I don't know what that is. And what is this? Remember when they say Nazi, then white people look nice? Oh, I think that's something totally different. And oh god.
So despite being in a very deep, debilitating depression rut to where I've struggled to do anything else other than lay on my couch. So despite being in a very deep, debilitating depression rut to where I've struggled to do anything else other than lay on my couch, I felt like this advertisement was too important not to talk about, especially in the political climate that we're in, so let's talk about it, because this is literal eugenics slapping everyone in the face, and...
Trump is going to take care of you, all right? We're going to open up those asylums. You're going to have a really, really nice padded room you're going to live in. And you're going to be healthy. You're going to be okay. You're going to be fed. They're going to give you clothes. The clothes, you'll be like this the whole time. And everybody in the whole world is going to be better off because of it. This is perfect. Like, see, I told y'all guys. This is what I'm saying. We got. I think we found ourselves 2%er here.
The reason why I say this so bluntly is because the only people that I've seen actually call this eugenics and say what needs to be said about this advertisement are disabled people and women of color, the two demographics of people who are literally the most impacted by eugenics. Because any other video that I've seen
I love the implication. I love the implication of that. Oh my god. What do you mean by that? What?
About this advertisement have talked about the comparisons to the Brooke Shields 80s Calvin Klein ad, or have talked about how boring, how vanilla, how overly sexualized Sydney Sweeney is in this advertisement. Yeah. And I just want to say, as somebody who has a deep special interest as an autistic person in digital media literacy, and somebody who has extensively studied digital media literacy in my Master's of Education program, this type of propaganda, because that's what this is a piece of propaganda that will be written.
Everything is propaganda because they're trying to get you to do something. They're trying to make you think or do something.
About in history books, because it's that bad. But this literal piece of propaganda that is being
wait, what?
Propaganda that will be written about in history.
Wait, she thinks this is going to be written. Oh, I see. This is more self-aggrandizement, delusions of grandeur. So this is what a lot of people like this do, is that they have this idea that they're on the right side of history, and this inflated sense of self-worth and self-value, because she's talking about like the fact that she got some degree or something like that. Nobody cares if you have a degree. There's plenty of stupid people with college degrees. Having a college degree in something like, I went to college, there's full of retards. There's retards everywhere in college.
Books, because it's that bad. But this literal piece of propaganda that is being shielded by sex appeal to divert and distract from...
And here's the reason why, by the way, like, I'm not... Like, I respect degrees that people get, like, to a degree, ironically, right? Well, like, especially whenever you get out of STEM, you have to understand that these education systems benefit when people graduate. They want you to graduate. They don't necessarily... People graduate. These education systems benefit when people graduate. They want you to graduate. They don't necessarily care whether you have like a certain level of awareness or anything like that at all. They want you to graduate, and they want to be able to keep processing you through classes so they can make more money.
The message to cushion the blow of the message.
They can make more money.
The message to cushion the blow of the message, that is deliberately by design. Because this message of, you know, her saying that everything that she has is attributed to her genes. She's not talking about her blue genes. She's talking about her GENES. And then saying that hers are blue. She's not talking about her blue genes. She's talking about her blue eyes. And then saying her eyes are up here.
Why would she say that?
Like, It's not a coincidence that this message is being delivered by a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white woman.
I've had enough. Let's go to the next one. I've had enough. Yeah, this is just crazy. I'm so lost. Yeah, exactly, right? The irony. Yeah, and also, by the way, look at her. Yeah, she's a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman, too. It's so ridiculous. Yeah, she didn't write the ad. Well, yeah, I guess not. But anyway, it's from a crazy person. Yes, oh yeah, let's all sit down and listen to the opinions of a person who is rocking back and forth like they need a fucking straitjacket. This is a 2%er, boys. We've got ourselves a 2%er running wild in the world right now. So yeah. Why Asmongold quit WoW and will never return.
World of Warcraft isn't just a game. It's where we grew up, a second home. It's where a lot of us made our first online friends.
Yeah,
and for years and years on end, the face of this world has been Asmongold. I remember watching him in Legion when I was 14 years old, trying to get the Mage Tower done. Or the countless amounts of transport competitions get the Mage Tower done. Or the countless amounts of transport competitions where he probably gave some middle-aged dad new insecurities about his in-game wardrobe and fashion sense.
Hopefully.
Or when he played Classic in 2019
I
and
remember
fell
this.
asleep after he got thrown into the queue for the 50th
That
time
was
in a row.
so
He also
annoying.
was the guy brave enough to clown on Blizzard. But in late 2022, all the way into 2024, something changed. The streams got fewer and the enthusiasm faded.
It's not like I don't feel like that's kind of sad. I don't feel like WoW betrayed me. I don't feel like anything. I just don't want to do another raid tier again. Like it's not fun for me to do, and I just don't want to do it.
But ever since he left,
Yeah, that's pretty much about it.
the scene, it has been awfully quiet since. There are definitely some newcomers rising to the top right now, doing amazing content, but there hasn't been anyone who was able to fill that void of content that he was creating. And
Well, the difference is that, like, whenever I was streaming WoW, like, I was streaming it to, like, 20 to 30 to, like, 50,000 viewers, right? There were a lot of people that would watch the WoW content. And no other WoW content creator even came close to that. And to this day is not coming close to that. And the reason why is that, like, I mean, there are a lot of reasons why that is the case. But I think that one reason is that, number one, it's hard to do. I put a lot of work into it. And most people that are popular playing World of Warcraft are popular because they're very good at it. I ended up, like, I was okay at the game. Like, I would say I was above average, sure. But, like, I was never, like, this super amazing good player. And the reason why is because I never thought it would matter. Like, I saw people that were the best players in the world getting 100 viewers. Well, if that's a good way to get viewers, apparently it's not. So, yeah. So we're judging a game's performance based on YouTube and stream metrics? Yeah, absolutely. I think that if there's a video game and its metrics go down massively, and, like, the amount of people watching and consuming content for the game go down massively, it probably indicates that the game's popularity is declining as well. I would assume that interest in a game would indicate interest in a game. Absolutely.
whether you like him or not, anyone who has at least one half of a brain cell can admit that the content he created was awesome and fun to watch.
Here's the difference.
I tried to.
I'm talking about streaming on
I
Twitch.
tried to.
And I'm a world first raider in that, and you're in LFR. That's why I've streamed WoW better than anybody had. That's why I get way more viewers than anybody else. It's because the other people that stream the game are fucking boring. That's why even when I'm right. I'm right. They're boring. They're boring. They don't do things that are interesting. Yeah, they're just boring. Whenever they go to play other games, everybody leaves because nobody wants to watch them.
If everything was going so well for him, why did Asmongold quit WoW? And why is he saying that he may never come back? In this video, we're diving into why he walked away, what pushed him out, why he thinks WoW is broken, and whether or not there's any
You're looking at it. What the fuck is going on here? There's a certain point where, like, there's so much in the game. There are so many things happening in the game. It's overwhelming. I don't want to deal with this. It's just a mess.
he ever comes back. Let's get into it. On
Remember-
July 1st of 2023,
I remember your mental breakdown whenever you first started Variety. I think you're going to have to be more specific than that. There was more than one.
he said this after spending some time doing basically nothing in the game.
Of
With
course.
WoW, like I've kind of just been taking a break, honestly. And it's not like I hate WoW. Like I don't want anybody thinking I hate WoW. Like I don't hate WoW. It's just that I just haven't really felt like playing the game. Like,
Yeah.
it's just not. It's like not really a reason to do it.
He's not angry. He's not rage quitting. He just looks like he's done. For someone who's spent thousands of hours in Azeroth, every expansion stuff.
37,000 hours in the game. Somewhere around there. 37,000 hours. I played the fuck out of WoW. I played WoW more than I probably played WoW more than every other game put together.
Starts to feel the same. You level up, grind your item level to the top, a new patch comes out, and you do it
You do
all
the whole
over
thing,
again. Asmongold explained that the new content doesn't excite him anymore because he feels like he's done it before. The nostalgia has worn off, and when the excitement for a game you played for so many years fades, nothing's left to keep you here. But this isn't his only issue with the game. Asmongold has been...
I think there's another component to this too, which is the complexity of the game is now overwhelming for me. And because I'm doing other things, like whenever I was playing WoW all the time, like, you know, in Mists of Pandaria or like, I mean, really from like vanilla WoW into like Shadowlands, I was playing the game full time more than 40 hours a week, right? Like,
Nice.
True.
Really good. It was great. Really great. That was a bit rich, but okay. All right. I said, all right. Actually, that wasn't very nice. It was horrible. And everything was lovely once again.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Now, I was filling my cheeks.
Yeah.
So as not to taste it so much. My hands went hot and people were looking at me. Then I got to the trifle. Soggy cake.
Oh.
And that was even more horrible.
Oh.
Thank you so much for your time.
I have one super quick question for you. Just wanted to see this as a question for you
Okay.
for the community.
Okay.
How do you guys feel about simultaneous normal, heroic, mythic release as a thing in, let's say, hypothetical future tiers?
His face. He's like, oh no.
I think chat
and to
is
be clear, I'm super not, I'm not genuinely not announcing
No,
anything there.
yeah.
We're just trying to figure out, you know, I mean, yeah, there's holidays coming up, there's stuff going on. We want to think through how our raid rollout is going to work for the start of Dragonflight, and community feedback always helps.
I think it'd be.
Did you just
I'm
announce it?
Not positive, but I think it would be worth a shot, especially with like the potential.
If you
timings,
extrapolate
like,
that, yeah, he did.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
I'm
Well, if you don't have the time to play several MMOs, then my best advice would be to play an MMO that fits your play style. So, like, for example, if you like an open world gathering MMO that's like really chill and there's like no stress, New World's probably a good game for you. If you like playing a competitive MMO, then World of Warcraft is probably really good for you. If you like playing a PvE, action RPG type MMO, Lost Ark's probably good for you. If you like a good long burn story that has a lot of content in it just in general, but especially a good story, Final Fantasy is probably good for you. If you want to light money on fire, you can also play Tower of Fantasy. Like, I was in that shit. And so it's so time consuming. And when I move away and I'm not playing it all the time, I'm doing other stuff, that amount of investment that I can put into the game is now minimized. I'm not able to do that as much as I.
Well, we got onto a really weird crossroad, because Riftbound just let Riot into doing their first controversial thing with the game. But the fact is that It was very obvious that this would happen from the very beginning. Though the way Riot handled this could have been a lot better. And once again, I may sound like a broken record, but it all comes from Riot's fans being really passionate and making cool things for them. So, in case you are not kept up to date with Riftbound, which is Riot's new physical card game, one of its bigger points of conflict, which up to now was the only point of conflict, is the fact that the game releases in China first, next month, with the rest of the world getting it later around October. This wouldn't really be that much of an issue if people weren't already excited about collecting the alternative versions of the cards. There are essentially 3 levels. The normal cards, the foiled versions, and then there are the signed versions of the champions with alternative art. These cards should be very rare, and to make collecting them more interesting, Riot decided to not officially reveal the alternative arts until it was confirmed that they were found somewhere in the wild. The slight issue being that everything is gonna get discovered in China before it even gets here. And well, this fact that this game has been region locked for 2 whole months also reflects on another thing. Even though people may be really excited to play this game, they simply wouldn't be able to. That's despite the fact that all the cards are technically ready and the rules are set. And that is exactly what the community decided to fix. Because after all, what these players wanted to do was to try the game, see how it feels, and they simply wanted to learn. Which is exactly what you can do with today's sponsor. Have you ever had the urge to sage the hydra of knowledge that's been lingering inside you? Well, at the very least, you can slay it with the help of today's sponsor. Boot.dev might be just about the most interesting way to learn any kind of coding. Are you tired of following YouTube tutorials that force-feed you? How about turning learning into an interesting minigame? That is what Boot.dev does. From the very beginning, any kind of a lesson is immediately turned into an RPG quest on an epic journey. From looting chests to slaying beasts, and that's all while unlocking achievements after which you can put these new skills towards your new future. On average, it takes about 12 months to get the proper knowledge and experience for a coding language, all of which you can start working towards right now in their free tutorial. So go to boot.dev and try the courses for free, after which you can use my code NECRIT to get 25% off if you choose the annual plan. So go, slay some hydras, acquire knowledge, and become a developer. I mean, look at what I've done. I coded this water. And I'm proud of it. Now back to the main video. So imagine you are in this situation where you have a physical card game that is ready to play, a part of the world can already play it, we know the design of all the cards, we know all the rules, everything has been already set up, and so what do? Well, you do what many other fans have always done for a lot of different physical games. You set up a digital version of it. To be honest, in the world of board games, this is absolutely nothing new. There have been many engines that support fan creations, with one of the most popular ones being Tabletop Simulator. This game has been used to recreate countless physical games, so that people would be able to play them together virtually as well. And to be more specific, a great example here is Warhammer 40k, which the fans recreated in Tabletop Simulator, and now this virtual version is being used to teach people the rules. And well, this is a pretty effective way of getting people into the games without the commitment of opening your wallets. But it all comes with a pretty big caveat, because it is all taking someone's intellectual property to play these games. And so, every time one of these recreations pops up, it is all completely ran on the mercy of the IP's holder. At any point, they have the lawful right to just take it down. And throughout the history of board games, it already happened a few times. One perfect example here is Lorcana. Now, Lorcana is a game I know exists only because sometimes I see the logo in like a toy store somewhere. But this is a card game made by Disney, which overall, according to the reviews, is a really good game, which also has a pretty niche audience. Now, because we are talking about a fraction of a specific audience, that being the card game audience, since most people are focusing on Magic the Gathering and Pokemon and the other big games, that means that finding other people to play Lorcana with is not that simple. You would usually have to carry multiple decks on you and then just play with your friends. And so again, this is something that Lorcana's community fixed with the help of Pixelborn. Now, Pixelborn, just like Tabletop Simulator, is an engine designed for virtual tabletop games, specifically focusing on card games, meaning that anytime there is a new card game, it is very easy to just turn those games into their virtual versions. And so for a while, the Lorcana community got a pretty cool way to play the game. And at the same time, it also opened up the doors for something really cool, the content creator community. Because now, with the digital version ready, the content creators had a really cool tool to help them make videos. But unfortunately, this was still all a very unofficial product. And their opponent was Disney. So after a surprisingly long time, Disney stepped in and took it down. And the Lorcana community wasn't really that surprised. They just got surprised that it took them this long to take it down. Which takes us back to Riftbound. Because just like what happened to Lorcana, Riftbound also got a digital version on Pixelborn, and there it's been up and running for multiple months. All the people who got really excited about the game now had a chance to try it out. I mean, it was a good tool to make people get into it, but the entire time, Riot was aware of what was going on, and in fact, back in June, according to Riftbound report, in a private talk, apparently Riot confirmed that if the simulator is not making money, it should be good. But should Riot decide to make an official simulator, they would ask everyone to take down the community versions. And well, 4 days ago, an eventful day happened. That day, on their official channels, Riftbound released a video explaining the rules. It is a really cool video to get you up and running for the game, but at the same time, they shut down Pixelborn for Riftbound, as well as any other form of playable digital version of Riftbound, which is something I am not surprised by. But unlike how it all went down for Lorcana, I am surprised it happened this early. because shutting down the community game makes sense. First of all, there is the entire legal gray area. You are essentially making a game out of Riot's IP. Legally, this would be the same thing as someone just making their own game using Riot's IP. Even if you give it to people for free, if it is made public, then Riot can take it down. But at the same time, Riot definitely should have waited a bit before taking it down. In fact, I would have probably waited at least until October, which is when the official release should be. Because up until that point, they could just let the community build up the hype. Even better, they could have told the community, hey, we're gonna keep it up for now, but in 2 months, we'll take it down. If Riot was fully transparent with this, I don't think people would have really had an issue. But now, we went back to square one, where people in China will be able to play it, and we will just look from afar. Though what's interesting is that the official statement also tells people why it was shut down. And even there, we do have a thing or two to nitpick. And so now, let's go through the post. This came out on the official Riftbound Twitter page. Since we announced Riftbound less than a year ago, we've been humbled by the level of enthusiasm that's steadily growing in this new community. We are working hard to get Riftbound out to players around the world, so you can turn your theory crafts into physical decks for game nights at home, at your favorite LGS, or anywhere else your Riftbound journey takes you. Before then, we need to take a moment to share our philosophy and policy on third-party digital tools for playing Riftbound. Riftbound is designed for social play, mixing deep strategy with deception, negotiation, and mastermind moments that create lasting memories. The game has been built from the ground up to optimize for that. While digital clones have grown in popularity for their accessibility and ability to quickly optimize decks around the current meta, and we've seen interest from players in establishing their own for Riftbound, Riot's policy prohibits any fan project that crosses the line into making a game using Riot IP. In the case of Riftbound, we've been especially concerned with projects that enable Riftbound gameplay with automated rules, interactions, and resolutions with less need for social interaction. This is where we need to pause for a moment, because
you get what you f***ing deserve. This women-only app just got hacked. They made this app to be able to, where you had to put in your ID card if you were a woman. And then you would be able to put reviews on certain men to where if people look up a dude's name, they can see, like, it was like a Yelp review for who they fucked or their experience. So they gave bitter ex-girlfriends an app to attempt to excommunicate men from getting any future partners. And guess what? They all had to put their driver's license in to do that, so that way they could shit talk all of these men anonymously to where nobody else who wasn't a woman could see. And then the whole site got doxxed. You get what you fucking deserve!
Really big leaks around this T app that just recently came out. For those of you that don't know, the T app is a dating app where women go on this app to talk about men in their area. Yes, this is a woman's only app. You have to send in a photo of your driver's license in order to get approved onto the app. You can probably already see where this story is going to be going downhill.
Now, I will say this. Fellas, for anybody worrying about losing dates because of the T app, do you really want to date someone who's using the T app? And let's be real, I sure wonder what these women look like. By the way, I know what they look like, and I'm sure one of my mods will link all of their faces that were leaked. They're just a bunch of fat, ugly, blue-haired freaks. It's insane. Could you believe that? Ugly women are miserable because men don't want to be with them. That's shocking, man.
Two major...
Here's a crazy idea. Why don't you get in the gym, you fat fuck? Yes, your body is not beautiful. Yes, we have body negativity here. You are a fat, lazy, ugly fuck. Get to the gym. It'll help a lot.
Problems with this app. One, it's a woman's only app, so they go on here, talk about men, and the men have no way to get on to...
Oh, is this it? Man. Yeah. Someone created a website where you can rate the users of the hacked feminist doxing app T. Is this the most chopped user base of all time? You know what? Why don't we play? Oh, this is great, guys. Hey, we'll play a couple. This chick or that chick, we'll go with this one. She looks a little bit insane. So she probably fucks like an animal. All right, ooh, her elo went up. All right, ooh, fucks like an animal. All right, ooh, her elo went up. All right, she probably fucks like an animal. All right, ooh, her elo went up. All right, ooh, this one's kind of a mystery loot box, and this one is mid no matter what. You know what? I'll play my change with the loot box, but my God, we got Megamind over here on the left. Okay, her elo went up. I'm always picking the ugly bit. Jesus Christ. All right, the way I see it is this chick looks like a reptilian no matter what. But at least with this chick, I can put a blindfold on and a bag. I can make a wall and only cut out a section for the hole, and her lips would probably still feel pretty good. So we can probably get some good head on the left. Okay, her elo went up. Great. Who do we got next? Jeez, nah, you couldn't pay me enough, brother. Good God. I would have fucking trauma for the rest of my life trying either of those women. The jury's still out on that, guys.
Contest or to defend themselves.
Jesus.
So a woman can go on this app and just completely lie to all the other women on the app in your area, and you have no way to clear your name. Unless you have like a woman on the app or like a sister, girlfriend, something like that. If not, then congratulations, you're a rapist because a woman who's mad at you...
Yeah! Well, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Like
let's hear it.
If not, then congratulations, you're a rapist because a woman who's mad at you could just go on this app and tell everybody around that you did that. There could be other things.
Nah, women would never do that. Women, no. Women would never do that. They would never do that, especially not twice. They would never do that. They would never. Stupid motherfuckers, bro. Jesus. What a pathetic world we live in.
Things like gossiping, sharing secrets that shouldn't be shared, and, you know, just stuff like that. But you know how I said that you required a driver's license in order to get on this app to prove that you're a woman? Well, it turns out a lot of these women's driver's license got leaked by a 4chan hacker and got posted all...
Hey, I'll be real, man. My PR on 4chan's been going up. It has. Usually, you know, people don't really like me too much, but every now and then I'm seeing a positive comment. Yeah, it's been good, man. Hey, shout out to the 4chaners, man. Sometimes y'all do some good shit.
Over 4chan. Both driver's license and face identification photos have been leaked off this app. Driver's license and face pics, get the fuck in here before they shut it down. T-App uploads all user verification submissions to this public Firebase storage bucket with the prefix attachments. Yes, if you send T-App your face and driver's license, they dox you publicly. No authentication, no nothing. It's a public bucket. I have written a Python script which scrapes the bucket and downloads all the images page by page, so you can see if you're in it. The censoring and pick were added by me. The images in the bucket are raw and uncensored. Nice anonymous app. This is what happens when you entrust your personal information to a bunch of vibe coding DEI hires.
True. True. Yo, guys, which one of these four is a DEI hire? Take your pick. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I won't be replying to this or making any more threads about it. I did my part. God bless you all. Regards, Anna. Now, I don't know how true this is because in all honesty, I'm not going to trust a link from 4chan. But what I can gather from this is that it's an anonymous app where women can go on here anonymously and talk about men, which is even worse because now you don't even know which women are talking about you. I mean, could you imagine your sister going on this app and seeing random anonymous women making claims against you that aren't true? I mean, I'm not against an app where people in general get to go on with their actual public information and talk about, you know, let's say a new sex offender got into the neighborhood and put that on.
I wonder if somebody put me on this. I'm so curious. I wonder, man. I wonder.
On the app. There is an app that does this. It's called the Nextdoor app. But I do have a problem with the woman's only app where they post and talk about other men with their face and name and everything. I mean, how is that fair? What if men did this to women? Oh wait, a man did start an app for that where men did get to discuss red flags on women. And women did not enjoy this. Introducing Box Score, a man-only app where users anonymously share info and warnings about women to spot red flags and get feedback. I hope the men get lonelier. Why is it okay for women to do it, but not for men to do it? I'm not saying it's okay.
Because women bitch more. I mean, guys, it's really that easy. Which makes the internet have to take them seriously, right? And that's just how it goes, right? And that's why it's not okay. People get behind in life if they don't bitch. You get all your advantages by being a little whiny bitch, and that's what happens, right? So, like, honestly, all of us men need to stop working real jobs and go online and just bitch, right? And dude, I'm telling you, us white males will get ahead in life. But the problem is we're all out here being successful, working jobs. It's just hard, man. You know, it's hard. It's hard being a white man in 2025, man. It's hard.
Okay for anybody to be doing this, but all of a sudden when men do it, it's a problem, right? Gender equality until men want to be just as cautious around women as women are around men. I honestly saw something like this coming in the near future, though. Like, there was this one post about somebody talking about how you should be able to review other people's dating profiles, like leaving like a restaurant review. Like, oh, this person cheated on me, or this person ghosted me after a week, or this person has a boyfriend and you should be wary of that. So I already expected something like this to come out, but also with that idea, I mean, how many times have you seen something get review bombed by some salty customer that was actually in the wrong? Don't you think that could happen to somebody's dating profile or, you know, getting posted on T? I also didn't expect this to come in a gender segregated way. Like, I didn't think that, like, if people were reviewing dating profiles, I didn't think it'd be segregated by gender. I thought there would at least be a way for people to have healthy discourse and, you know, dispute lies and stuff like that. Christine, hey, you probably heard of it. So my roommate showed me your T-app profile. You're cute, but I don't think we're a good match. I'm pretty liberal. Man, so this guy, what, he voted for Trump and got posted on here for that? Twitter users are comparing this to men having some kind of hidden social credit score. I feel like there's a little bit of issue with this. Not in the screenshot shown. I feel like this woman's valid to have her own opinion on what political takes she wants her partner to have.
I feel like if you go to a woman who just got broken up with, 9 times out of 10, what do you think they're going to say? They're going to say, it was all their fault. I was an angel. They were the problem. He raped me. He manipulated me. He gaslighted me. Actually, he was very emotionally abusive. He was very mentally abusive. He was very abusive. He kicked my cat. He kicked my dog. He fucked my sister. You think some woman's going to get broken up with and say, oh yeah, he was great? Why do people take ex-girlfriend's recollection of events so seriously? Like, oh yeah, hey, y'all just broke up. How was it? You think they're going to say that it was good? You think they're going to say that it was good? Hell no. They're going to say anything they can to make sure everybody knows they didn't fuck up and it was all their problem and it was all their fault. What are we doing?
You know, each person has their own right to their own opinion on what they want their partner.
There are some good women. Yeah, of course. I'm saying on average. I mean, guys, let's just be real. On average, there are more bad people on this earth than there are good people. That doesn't mean that there's no good people, but on average, are we really expecting people to take a breakup well and say, just broke up with this guy, but he was really good and you guys should go out with him next? Guys, can we lock in? Here's my experience with every woman I've ever dated. So there was Paola. She said I was great. I knew I was great. But then the problem is when she asked me to get back together with her and I said no, she tried to fuck my best friend. And so I said, okay, hell no. And my best friend said, hell no, you were John's girl. I ain't doing that shit. Absolutely not. And I wouldn't have blamed him. Next up, oh God. I think it was, I'm not going to say their name, but there was A. A was great. She said I was great. The only reason why we didn't work out is because we moved. Oh, well, is what it is. Next up, there was G, and G was great. But then, man, they all of a sudden they just got into drugs and they got like really like woke liberal. And they decided they needed to like stop shaving their mustache and stop shaving their armpit hair because like the patriarchy. And I'm like, damn, all right, nah, I'm good. I think after that one, it was that one. And that one was honestly all right, but we were more like friends than we were like lovers. And that one lasted a while. And then it got bad. And then there was the other one. And that one was honestly good, but they were so fucking stupid, it was insane. Like, good Lord. And that's when I realized I value, like, intelligence in a partner. And, like, good Lord, man, like, the only thing that person could do was bitch and then be autistic and talk about cinnamon roll. And I'm like, oh, fuck, dude, like, can I blow my brains out yet? Like, it's about as compelling as a paper bag, but they looked good, so I suffered through that. And then they went fucking crazy. My friends told me they were always crazy, but I was fucking dumb and I didn't listen. And then there was the next one, and this one's a gumdrop. So, I mean, all things considered, you know, maybe women are just regressing as we get further into society. But I think that if you ask any woman who was just broken up with, hey, how was your ex-boyfriend? They're not really going to say, great, I rate 5 stars, because there's no incentive to do that. And there's every incentive to shit on someone so you can hurt them the way that they hurt you by not wanting to be with you.
To have. But I'm going to be honest, there's a lot of guys out there that struggle getting laid. And so in order to get laid, they adopt these feminist ideologies.
Guys, why would you want to get laid if you can just masturbate? It's just way easier. It is. It's just way easier.
There's gonna be a lot more of those guys out there, and they're super fucking annoying. Like, there's gonna be a whole lot more guys out there that are like, no, I promise, I swear, I believe that you should be able to abort your 9-month-old baby, please. Don't put me on the T app, please. And while I do think the woman in the screenshot is valid for having her own opinion, women are trying to pretend like this isn't like some kind of dystopian reality. Like, men don't actually want women to pick better. That would be the case if women weren't liars. I'm not saying all women are liars, but there's not a demographic on the face of the earth that doesn't have a liar in it. Like, you think on this app that's full of women, anonymous women, that have no responsibility to their word are...
All right, let's just be real. Let me check my demographics here real quick. To the 6% women on my channel, to the 6%, you guys know that when y'all get together, y'all talking hella shit. Y'all know when women get together, y'all talking hella shit. It's the truth. We all know it. That's a lot. Yeah, I know, man. 6% is insane. 6% is very good. Yep, I know. They finally put down the dolls so they can actually be on the internet machine. It's going to be great. Yep, they finally left the club.
Not gonna.
Yeah, bro, I'm a girl. Let me suck your cock. P7 era. I've seen what you look like in real life. You're a 300-pound white man. I'm not opposed.
On this app in light, you think there's a 0% chance of that happening? Like, if you're basing your opinion on a man off of an anonymous woman that could easily be lying on some app that's full of other women, and you think that's you picking better, then I think you're kind of stupid. And the page for this app on the App Store is so lame, bro. Like, avoid dating red flag men. He ghosted me. It's because he's married. Should I date Ethan? My friend saw him out with another girl, and so I understand why women want this, but why were they upset when men wanted to do the same? Like, don't you want everybody, men included, to date safe?
No, because people do not give a fuck about men. They don't. They don't. They never have. Guys. Case in point. A woman gets broken up with. They just say they were manipulated and they're exonerated of all wrongdoing. Name me 3 men in the past 30 years who have ever said, I was manipulated by my girlfriend. You will find none. You want to know why? Because the internet will make fun of them for that. But they think women are stupid, and so they believe that excuse. They say, yeah, women are pretty easy to manipulate. Yeah, it makes sense.
Unless that's not what the actual app is for, and it's for spreading false rumors and spreading...
The only name they can give you is Johnny Depp. They only know one. They only know one. That's what's crazy.
Gossip. Now, I know
and that was like history.
You might have a question. Well, as a man, can I not just say I'm a woman and get on the app, and if I get rejected, I can just claim the app is being transphobic? And yes, you can. Apparently, there was a transgender person on here, biological man, and I mean, if you show them your driver's license, it's gonna say man on it, but I guess they somehow got past. Maybe if you dye your hair and put on some makeup, they'll let you slide. I mean, you might have to send in a report ticket and prove that you're somehow transgender. I don't know how you would do that, but you could probably get through if you was sneaky enough. Now, the women who got exposed, do you think that they deserve this? Me personally, I don't think 2 wrongs make a right, but I do think it's kind of ironic karma. Men had their business put out there, possibly even false allegations. You know, could be even include details of where they work.
Guys, can we think of a single creator that hasn't had an allegation put on them by another person? I'm really trying to think. Anybody who's ever beefed with Hassan now has an allegation. Yeah, because Hassan said that Asman has pedophilic content on his hard drive, as well as that he killed his mom, so he has that. Markiplier. Let's look up Markiplier. Markiplier's response to the abuse allegation. Give me another name. Found Queso on the sex offender registry. Queso minor allegations. Give me another one, guys. Tobuscus? Several allegations against the YouTuber. Ninja. He has also faced several allegations. Tim the Tat Man. Wait, did we find one? We did it. We did it. Like a needle in the haystack. Tim the Tat Man, bro. Our GOAT. We finally found one. We finally found one. This is huge, man. Big day for the unemployed.
And now these women get their entire driver's license posted, which, you know, has basically everything, like, you know, address. They then were able to take this information and put it into a map, and they have everybody's address on this map. Now, I think this is a little bit too far. This is kind of messed up. People are doubting the authenticity of the map, saying that, you know, it only shows based off of the city, and some people are saying it's clusters, which, you know, I found the link to the map myself for science, and yeah, it's not accurate. Like, it doesn't show direct addresses. It only tells you if somebody in your city is using this app, which, if you live in a pretty big city, that's probably guaranteed. Like, notice how here in Philadelphia, there's just like 1 pin per suburb, which makes me glad. I don't think these women deserve to have their address posted on here like they're on like some kind of sex offender registry for what they did. I think that's going a little too far.
I think they deserve it. Hey, man. Hey, fuck around, find out. Hey, you get to review men anonymously? Okay. Well, now your information's known publicly. Stop being gay as shit about this.
I just feel like apps like this would just fuel the gender war even more that we're already at. I mean, men are already starting to approach...
You know what? Let's fuel the gender war. I consent to it. Let's take every man on Earth and have them fight every woman on Earth. And I wonder who's going to win.
I mean, less and less, and women are starting to actually get upset about it, but I feel like an app like this would just have men approach them even less. I don't want to seem like a creep. I don't want to have a meeting with HR. I don't want to get fired. I don't want to get put on the T-app. Remember like 20 years ago, it was the worst she could say is no. Nowadays is the worst she could do is put you on the T-app. But yeah, this shit got hacked by some guy on 4chan, and apparently it wasn't even hard for him to hack. He said it was on a public Firebase storage bucket.
That's insane.
Which makes it sound like it's public information.
That's insane.
All the 4chan freaks wasting their time exposing women on the T-app.
This bitch's name is Edgar Allan Ho. Can we have like, okay, so what you're telling me is I'm a woman and my entire personality is I'm a cum dumpster. Wow, dude. What a great gimmick, man. That makes you such a meaningful person. That's so cool. Hey, guys, I'm a cum dumpster. I'm a semen receptacle. Wow, that's so interesting. I bet your parents are very proud. I hate how we've glorified hoes in 2025. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
When they could be working on a certain set of files that are actually important to the public. Buddy, it sounds like he just Googled something and found this. I mean, if it's just on some Firebase public storage, and this type of information was on it, I really feel like there's going to be a huge lawsuit involved. Like, you're going to see advertisements like, were you involved in the T-app leak? Then you can get compensated for this class action lawsuit. Also, in the terms of service, they claim to delete the face identification photos immediately and say that the servers...
I have no fucking sympathy for any of these women. I have no fucking sympathy for any of these women. I hope they get PTSD. Based? Anyways, I don't give a fuck. That's hilarious. Like, comment, subscribe.
Hello, guys and gals, me Mutahar, and ladies and gentlemen, we have got to talk about this crazy censorship problem that we are dealing with. Now, the last, I want to say like several days, weeks, it almost feels like there's a concerted effort with every single large entity trying to censor everything they can on the internet. We've seen Steam take away a bunch of Gooner games, which granted, you know, we're on the fringe end of people caring. But then you start to see itch.io delisting a bunch of games, even one of the most popular games, Mouthwashing, because it dared to be a little bit more mature of a video game. And speaking of other horror games, games like Vile Exhumed, a horror title that focuses on parasocial relationships and some very, very wild real things people have to deal with, simply because it's mature, ends up getting removed entirely off of Steam. So that's wild. And in other things, Xbox has also thrown in age verification to social services. So yeah, it seems as if using a verifying yourself through facial recognition or showing identification is mostly going to be a thing in parts of the world now. But of course, we've also seen in the last couple days, the United Kingdom has passed the Online Safety Act. And, you know, I think it doesn't end there, ladies and gentlemen. I really do think that the next stage in this is VPNs, okay? Trying to take down the little amount of freedom that human beings get to have in the world. So I want to kind of keep this pretty much as like brief and sort of focused as I can. So a couple of years ago, the actual organization Ofcom, for instance, which would be, you know, overseeing the regulations of this current Online Safety Act, in 2022, the government over here urged that the government would consider a crackdown on VPNs. Okay, so this is before this law had actually passed. Now, why would they talk about VPNs? For anybody that doesn't know what a VPN is kind of like an encrypted tunnel that you can basically use to obfuscate where you are on the internet, right? So for instance, being in Canada, I can use a VPN and connect myself to the United States. And in theory, for most of the websites that I'm visiting, they'll probably think that I'm from a United States IP. Now, it's not entirely as clear-cut and simple, but we'll get into it. So according to, you know, the people researching this, they're commonly used to bypass regional locks on content, obviously. And of course, one of the actual MPs in this situation said there are vital problems in the bill. And the real threat is the use of virtual private networks. VPNs could undermine the effectiveness of these measures. So basically, they wanted to kind of have another sort of clause. So one clause that was brought in would require the Secretary of State to publish, within 6 months of this bill's passage, a report on the effect of VPN use on Ofcom's abilities to enforce the requirements. Now, I can already tell you, you don't have to go fast forward 6 months from now. I'll tell you, the absolute case where VPNs are affecting this is probably guaranteed. For instance, Proton VPN, one of the free VPN options people have to sort of bypass a lot of these shitty UK laws that have passed, this saw a surge of like 1,000%. Okay, so overnight, people in the United Kingdom were suddenly Googling, how the fuck do I get this VPN thing and how do I use it to get past a lot of these blocks? So if you go to Proton VPN, their free option is like obviously 100% free. You can secure one of your devices, you get medium VPN speeds. But if you scroll down a little bit, you'll start to notice that the option people really want to get onto is probably the $5.49 month option. And that's because you can actually do things like streaming videos, which I imagine people want to stream certain videos that they can't because, the government says no. And of course, unless of course you provide your identification, which hopefully that doesn't get hacked down the road. I mean, everyone can hope. And then of course, if you want to do things like BitTorrent, basically they've blocked everything from the free option that people would absolutely probably want to use. So you probably want to get the paid situation. Now, the reason why the VPNs are going to be targeted is because this is probably the easiest way for any of you guys to bypass any of these online safety acts. So again, the people of the United Kingdom made a petition, which again has gotten 362,000 signatures, called Repeal the Online Safety Act. So the law goes into effect, and by the way, this law has been cooked up for a while. It goes into effect, people are like, oh my god, this actually is more censorious than I thought. You know, this is getting rid of basically all forms of free and open internets, right? You know, you can't look at things like protest footage. You can't share, things on the internet because they might be harmful or damaging to children, right? You'll have to provide government ID to actually view a lot of things in the world that should not be censored. If you live in a free society, you should be able to basically see whatever you want without the government basically putting in as much friction as they can between you and the truth. So of course, the government responded to all of these signatures, which they're not a small amount of signatures, by the way. Even campaigns like Stop Killing Games have not blown up as fast as something like Online Safety Act and the repealing of it. So the government says, by the way, the government has no plans to repeal the Online Safety Act. And they're actually working closely with Ofcom to implement this shit as quickly and effectively as possible to enable the UK users to benefit from its protections. Now, you might be like, well, Muda, why are you so into this? You're not from the United Kingdom. You're good, homie. And that's true, but to give you an idea, one law that I've seen people talk about, which I discussed about a year ago, was the Kids Online Safety Act. And to give you an idea, if you think that laws like this that are already successful in one part of the world aren't just going to start passing all over the world, you would be shocked, okay? Simple as that. So anyways, the United States has a version called the Kids Online Safety and Privacy Act, or COSPA, or I guess commonly known as COSA, which basically, if you really read the fine print of the laws, and again, organizations like the EFF have kind of really talked about it, is that it will actually cause systems to over-censor their actual thing. It'll cause systems to almost, get rid of things that, marginalized communities ultimately do need. Okay, if you think that censorship works in just one direction, you are severely mistaken. As long as you give people the power to censor one thing, everyone will start using this weapon to get rid of as much speech that they don't agree with off the internet. Okay, that's as simple as it is. Okay, censorship is bad. And it's bad because if you fight to have something censored, those same people can fight to have whatever you appreciate censored as well. Simple as that. Now, according to some individuals who've been dealing with this shitty Online Safety Act, apparently some platforms have been so easy that users have been taking photos from Death Stranding 2 and using the high-quality facial, graphics on this game, and AIs have been apparently falling for it. Now, I haven't verified this for myself. I have tried to make a new PlayStation account and use AI images to bypass it, but a lot of these systems are actually starting to beat that. But never forget that ingenuity of people will always supersede whatever government restriction gets thrown in. Now, even when the government of the United Kingdom is kind of called out on this on national television, this is kind of the interesting thing yet to hear.
Mr. President, you have a successful social media site. There are new powers here to censor your site, states mandated powers.
To censor my site?
To censor your site and
mean
Twitter
truth?
and Facebook.
Truth?
I mean truth. Is that okay?
Well, I don't think he's going to censor my site because I say only good things. Will you please uncensor my site?
Yeah, we're not censoring anyone. We've got some measures which are there to protect children, in particular from sites like suicide sites. We've had too many cases in the United Kingdom of young children taking their own lives, and when you look through their social media, they've been accessing sites which talk about suicide and encouraging, if you like, children down that road. And
so immediately they bring up this, like, let's protect the kids stuff. So again, I hear something new. We got to protect these kids from accessing these really spooky, like, suicide websites, right? And again, if you go to any social media service and you just type in the words like suicide, for instance, every social media platform or any search engine will automatically throw you a bunch of lifelines. In fact, just by me mentioning that word, I'm sure you're going to see a little community note on this video just underneath the title and description that says, hey, if you're, in trouble, please seek some attention. And that's just because the system kicks in, because it's such a serious topic that absolutely, any search engine system is going to try to find a way for anybody feeling that way to get their help. So again, it's not the government that needs to jump in and provide assistance. A lot of these social media services, a lot of these search engines already provide that stuff just because it actually is, in this case, the overwhelmingly moral thing to have done. But let's say that, yes, he is right. Kids are accessing crazy forums in other parts of the world, right? Crazy forums that probably aren't hosted in areas that the United Kingdom has any jurisdiction in. You know, I don't know how effective their control of the internet is going to be, because the internet is, for the most part, a decentralized platform. And that's one of the reasons why their hunting of VPNs is going to be a waste of time. Now, I want to just walk you through the technology for a VPN real quickly as well. There are some people that have said they can't ban VPNs, Muda. They can't even try to. Remember, don't ever expect any government to not pass a law that is ultimately stupid. Do you actually think, like, anybody with... Do you think they put any thought into these laws before they pass them? I would wager probably not. But the thing is, yes, it is true, right? VPNs are kind of a necessary thing. For instance, if you work in governments, I'm pretty sure I think his name is Keir Starmer. He probably absolutely needs to use a VPN to access some pretty, government networks, right? Some pretty, secure government networks, if you will. If you work at a big company, if you work anywhere, really, you'll probably need a VPN to access an internal network. And it's not super duper complicated. For instance, this is WireGuard, and you can create, right now, a fast VPN tunnel into your own house. Something that I actually do when I need to connect into my home network from outside the house. So for instance, if I want to access things like the Raspberry Pi that runs a whole bunch of search engines and tools for my entire home network, once I VPN into my actual home, once I VPN to the WireGuard system that I have hosted, I can immediately just SSH into any network, any device on my actual home network. So right here I've connected to that Raspberry Pi, and from here I can modify things that affect my entire network, right? So for instance, I have a SeerXNG like host where basically, my search engine is not Google, I use SeerXNG, and I have it in a way at my home network so that anybody who types in like SeerXNG into my like home network will automatically like go to my local instance. But we're getting really technical here, so the idea, again, you have to understand is VPNs are something that everyone uses, right? VPNs are something that, you can't just ban. But there's nothing that stops like the government here from saying, okay, as long as you're in the government, or as long as your VPN is part of a corporate entity or like a business or a hospital or something, that's an exemption. But any company, anybody that's providing a consumer-grade VPN, that's a no-no, because obviously those are going to be used for circumventing the laws. Now, the other thing is people who are purchasing VPNs that are under the Five Eyes Alliance, meaning that, even if your VPN isn't hosted, say, in the United Kingdom, as long as it's hosted in the United States or even in Canada, and I think Australia to an extent too, these organizations will just rapidly share information between each other. So you're never really private as long as you truly research what kind of VPN you get into. Now, the other thing is VPNs are not the only thing that can be used to detect you, right? Like I said in the last video, when it comes to a lot of organizations tracking you, just because you have a VPN doesn't mean that they're not looking at something else. So let's say that you're using something like Google Chrome or a pretty insecure browser, something that doesn't, conceal a lot of your browser fingerprints, you could potentially have your information or your location presented in another way that isn't just your IP address. So for example, let's say that I VPN myself to Los Angeles, right? A server in Los Angeles. Now, if I connect to a website and it checks my browser fingerprint and my browser fingerprint leaks out my time zone is actually in Toronto, then immediately it will say, okay, this makes no sense. How is a guy whose browser fingerprint matches that of a Torontonian suddenly connecting to us from Los Angeles? Probably is just a VPN. It's also the reason why when you connect to, Netflix or something and you have like a VPN that is detected by Netflix, they will oftentimes identify it and remove you from access or prevent you from watching the video. And it's because it's a whack-a-mole game between some of the biggest VPN companies and a lot of these big tech companies in order to identify who's an actual user and who's a user that's connecting through a VPN data center. Now, if you want to bypass any form of that kind of browser fingerprinting, there are options like you can download Mullvad browser, which I think is probably the best privacy-focused browser for the Firefox side. And if you're on Chrome, I think one of the best options you can get is something like Google, or not Google, but Brave browser. But even then, right, like if these guys want to track you, they ultimately can find a way. And I think slowly but surely, if it's not just the VPN ban coming in, it's even further checks in order to prevent people from accessing parts of the internet, unless, of course, you give up your personal information and browse the internet, hopefully uncensored. Now, of course, the thing is, they probably don't have a law right now in the drafts for VPN blocking, but the thing is, when they do this test, when they do this like research and see just how many people are bypassing it, don't doubt the fact that these people will try to make VPNs illegal or try to make at least the public facing consumption of it somewhat of a problem. And that's where I guess the last part of this video comes into. The real last bastion of true internet freedom that you have is Tor. So this is the Tor browser, and of course I've connected onto the Tor network. Now, obviously people can say that the Tor network is used by, people committing illegal actions, which is true. There's a lot of illegal stuff that happens on Tor. In fact, a couple days ago, I believe the U.S. Department of Justice actually took down, again, more illegal pedo websites on the dark web. And the thing is, obviously, for a platform that provides a real unprecedented level of anonymity, there's obviously people that use it for illegal reasons. But there are also legal reasons that people use something like Tor for. For instance, let's say you're a journalist, let's say you're somebody operating in a place where, real censorship is a thing, and, criticizing the government or sharing information could potentially get you killed or imprisoned. Using something like Tor to conceal yourself is probably the option that people have. And that's ultimately the thing I want to talk about here, ladies and gentlemen. They want to get rid of VPNs. They want to ban the last bit of freedom people have. And if you think it stops at the UK, the US is passing laws, Canada might just pass laws. If it works in one place, don't expect it not to work somewhere else. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out. Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and you might be wondering, what am I doing on this fine day, ladies and gentlemen? Well, I'm talking about the green-blue bubble problem. Now, I've talked about this before, and frankly, the last few days, I have left the iPhone blue bubble paradise, and I have become a filthy heathenous green bubble on the old Android. Now, I want to start off by saying I really don't care what phone you use. For most people, a phone is a way for them to talk to their friends, maybe look up a few applications, watch a couple of videos, read some emails, and call it a day. Now, much like PlayStation versus Xbox, or Windows versus Mac, or really any of these stupid fucking wars that I find on the internet, I always feel like you have to be a really privileged shitbag to think that, you know what? I'm going to fight over which mobile device I use. Now, for most people, most normal people, they don't really give a shit, okay? But for some of the most shallow individuals in the world, there have been studies done that, according to the University of Chicago, the Becker-Friedman Institute, there are actual, 90% respondents, mostly college students in this case, believe that green bubbles on your texting app stigmatize Android users, often associating them with a lower social status and attractiveness. So some people think because you switch to the old green bubble, you might be one ugly piece of shit. You might even be a little poor. Now, again, for a lot of people, I guess an iPhone is a luxury product. Living in North America, I think I've seen every other person use an iPhone. And honestly, I'm more excited when somebody has the Android phone, because usually speaking, they have cooler phones than the standard iPhone person. Now, when comparing iPhones and Androids, something that I do like about, Androids a little bit more is while there are cheap iPhones, there are still cheaper and better Android phones for you to get. Again, if you're somebody that just wants a phone, there's nothing stopping you from picking up a cheaper Google Pixel 9a, for instance, which is around $500. Not a bad price for a phone. And of course, you can always, I think, install Graphene OS onto these and get even more privacy. If you want to completely de-Google your Google phone. And of course, on the opposite spectrum, you can even spend higher amounts than you could with an iPhone if you choose to go for some of the more lavish Android offerings. And let's just say you justify it, like I can justify me using a phone pretty much every day. Maybe this technology is super cool to you. It's still technology that Apple is not even attempting to play around with until everyone else has effectively already done the hard work.
Now, the reason why I left the iPhone camp was because I feel like iPhones are like the ultimate baby devices. As somebody that is currently using a MacBook, I actually really enjoy this laptop specifically. I think Apple did a great job. They made their own hardware, and it's still a free, you still have the freedom to do what you want on it, You can't say the same for an iPhone. You want to install a third-party application that isn't on the App Store and you don't live in Europe? Well, tough titty. But Muda, you can use Store and you don't live in Europe? Well, tough titty. But Muda, you can use side-loading applications. It's just so much easier on an Android device to download an APK file and just install it. Like a fucking adult, you have the freedom to do what you want. You know what I mean? The other things that I had an issue with when it came to iPhones was, frankly, it was a little too optimized. And what I mean by that is, if I wanted to upload like a file, for instance, that was a few gigabytes, I could usually just upload it on my phone, start the process, turn it off, and basically toss it somewhere. With an iPhone, if that screen turns off in the middle of a transfer, even if that transfers at like 99%, it will just destroy the transfer. It'll ruin it. The multitasking is so fucking on the wire that as soon as I turn down an application, all of a sudden, what'll happen is, that application will go out of memory. It will just suddenly stop working.
So the reason why this happens is because, whenever you're using these third-party applications like Google Drive, one user, for instance, back in 2024 writes, as soon as the phone auto-locks, upload instantly fails. Why does the Drive app prevent the phone from locking? Why doesn't it, right? Upload constantly fails. And then, of course, there's no resume upload support. So granted, the easy kind of like patchwork fix is to make sure you set your phone to never turn off or never go into sleep mode if nobody touches it. But not everyone does that, okay? And that's just weird and uncumbersome to deal with, right? So of course, there's other situations where you look at Microsoft where they'll even say to conserve battery life, the iOS system may go to sleep during a large upload, making that upload take a long time. And of course, even 7 months ago for the iPhone Reddit here, one user says I switched to iPhone recently, he got the 16 Pro Lapse, and on iOS 18.2 he watches a video on YouTube, opens Reddit, Facebook, goes to YouTube, app is killed. The thing is, background applications and a lot of this stuff are so aggressively tuned on iOS because ultimately they want to make the phone feel smooth every time the user moves around, which is obviously, I would say, kind of important because the user experience is first and foremost. And then of course, let's be completely real here, they're worried more so about really good battery life. So of course, in order to maintain a good battery life, a lot of the stuff that's happening in the background for an iPhone usually gets culled as quick as it can be. And I don't think that, applications have an allowance of more than 10 minutes to stay active on the iPhone side. Whereas with Android, you can actually open up the battery settings and change the optimization levels of applications so you can keep things loaded in, or, you can let the system manage it intelligently. It's really up to you. And that's where, iPhones started to really lose me, because I wish iPhones had the ability to really treat their devices, these $1,000+ phones, as actual, computerized products, which they kind of can be replacements for if Apple let it happen.
The other thing was customizing my iPhone device or phone device. Now, I'm not a huge customizer, but sometimes I like having a video wallpaper. Now, all this entire time, Apple has not allowed people to have a video as a wallpaper on the background or anything. Whereas with an Android, you just download an application, set a video wallpaper, and Bob's your uncle, things just work. Now, the reason why I went to Android was frankly because one phone that I was really excited was coming out, and that was
the Galaxy Fold. Now, I'm a big Galaxy Fold guy. I've had Galaxy Folds before, and I'll tell you something right now. It's a foldable phone, so the idea is you tend to have a phone like this, and then if you want a tablet, you just kind of unfold the device, and whoa, you get a little tablet. Now, when the first Fold came out, I'll be honest with you, it looked like dog shit. Because really, it was one of those examples where, like, it was trying to do too many things, and none of it was successful. So, for instance, the cover screen on an original Fold looked like, it was like a few inches at max. All right, there was like a huge bezel, and generally speaking, it's like, it wasn't really. It was just to check your notifications, maybe an email, maybe like a text message. You really had to unfold the device, and even the unfolded experience wasn't that great. Now, for the first time, and I've had a couple of these, the Fold 4, which I'm showing you right here, is a pretty thick bastard. You can even see the gap where, you can actually see between the two slices, the folded screen. But with this one, it's somehow thinner than, the iPhones that are out in the market, or any of these slab phones. It's actually, it's got a better cover screen now, and also it's got a better unfolded experience. So for the first time, it really feels like you have you have the actual foldable that can do both things pretty effectively, rather than do nothing great at all. And I think that is the big victory point here. Now, obviously, I'm sure people will laugh at me and say, oh, wow, who needs a foldable? People used to laugh at me when I bought that Note 2 back in the day, and that was a huge phone. Why do you need a phone that big? Now, everyone's got like a fucking 7-inch tablet they're putting on their ears. So, again, ladies and gentlemen, I really do think that, with devices like foldables and so many people making them now, I think that there is a market for this, and people are slowly starting to realize it's just a matter of time before these things start getting cheaper and more accessible for the average person to go and buy. But there are a couple things that obviously are going to be issues for some people. One of them is that blue-green bubble. So when it came to, me just talking to my brother as soon as I got this phone, he dropped me a message like, ew, bro, you got that green bubble? Now, a lot of people took this seriously. But it's actually just a joke. My brother is not a shallow prick like that, thank God. But I'm sure that there's some people who will probably look at your phone, as we've seen in studies, and probably look at the color of those bubbles and wonder, ooh, maybe times are a little tough for that person. Now, I want to stress that this stigma didn't just come out of nowhere. For years, Apple has never introduced RCS until much recently. And without this technology, it basically meant that for anybody that was messaging on iPhones, as long as you were on iPhone, you would register with iMessage. And I want you to think of iMessage like WhatsApp, where you basically register your phone number, and anytime you go into your messaging application and you enter a number to text, Apple will do a quick check on that number to see if it's part of the iMessage system. If it is, it will simply rotate the actual messaging backend to iMessage, which has a bunch of extra features. The green bubbles used to be the fallback to standard traditional SMS and MMS messaging, which lacked a lot of features. Now, ever since RCS was introduced, it doesn't really matter what color the bubble is. As long as both of you guys are on the RCS framework, a lot of those features like read receipts, typing indicators, high-quality images and videos are now part of the norm. It doesn't matter what you're on. So if somebody complains about the bubbles now, well, they're just a conceited fuck. Now, it's crazy to think that the bubbles have locked in the mentality of so much iSheep at this point that even in antitrust lawsuits, literally, the Department of Justice writes this, I'm not joking. If, example, an iPhone user messages a non-iPhone user in Apple Messages, the default app on an iPhone, then the text appears to the iPhone user as a green bubble and incorporates limited functionality. The conversation is not encrypted, videos are pixelated and grainy, and users cannot edit messages or see typing indicators. Now, Apple could release a iMessage app for Android, but that would take away a lot of the reason, I feel, for them selling their iPhones. So clearly they don't do it. Now, there's been entire campaigns from, Android and plenty of other handset guys that have said, please, Apple, #GetTheMessage. So I've talked about this for years. All Apple has to do is enable something known as RCS, which is Rich Chat Services. Now, if Apple enables that, which they thankfully have,
It means no matter what the color of your bubble is, the messaging is effectively the same. Now, if you're somebody that's switching over and you just need to be a blue bubble to your family members, to your friends, okay, because you just can't be poverty stricken, well, there's a couple options for it. For instance, there's a bunch of apps that allow you to rent iPhones in the cloud and use them as iMessage proxies. Now, I wouldn't recommend it because that is obviously you trusting another third party to store your messages. Don't do that. So, for instance, one of the things I found out was an app called Open Bubbles. Now, there's another app called Blue Bubbles, but generally the idea here is as long as you have a Mac or a MacBook, preferably one of those like Mac Minis that are always on and connected to the internet at any given moment, as long as you have something like that, you can use your Mac device as a liaison to the iMessage system. Now, let's say you don't have a Macintosh system and you frankly don't want to waste the money on one. Well, that's totally fine too, because with an app like Blue Bubbles, they have an entire guide on how to use something called Docker OS X. So underneath a Linux system, you can start a Docker container that allow you to make a OS X virtual machine, a Mac OS virtual machine that you can then set up your iMessage in and route your bubbles through. But because I do have a MacBook, I guess I'll show you how this works. So as soon as you go to Open Bubbles website, you'll see that, yeah, you can get started and rent something from them, and I don't think they actually have any space. But let's say you go to the self-hosting side. So first thing, you want to go and install Open Bubbles on your actual Android device. And it's as simple as going to the Play Store, searching up Open Bubbles. So yeah, once you're on the App Store, you can see that Open Bubbles over here. You can just hit that install button and boom, the actual application is ready to go. After a couple seconds, it'll be done. Now, when you're on a Macintosh, it says to download and run the QR code generator. So I guess you run this, and mind you, please do this at your own risk. I am not responsible for any hacks, okay? Simple as that. That's all I have to say. All right, so here it is, Mac Hardware Info. That's the application they want. So you want to run this app, and first things first, it'll be like this app, Apple checked for malicious software, none was detected. So if that's the case, I guess all is gravy. Hit that big open button, and boom, you get this actual, QR code. Now I'm blocking this from your screen simply because I don't want you guys to get access to my fucking iMessage services, okay? That would be catastrophic. So here I'm scanning the actual QR code, it linked my MacBook, and then all I have to do is use that device. So you're in control, a new Apple device will appear on your Apple account. So of course, at this moment in time, you want to log in to your actual Apple account. Now, I'm not going to do this, but the general idea is using your Apple ID, which is your email address you have, you can jump into the iMessage network and text people. But here's the thing, with RCS, this is such a useless step that I really feel like unless, if people in your life care about the colors that fucking much, then cut them out of your life. I'm sorry to say, just cut them out. They are losers. Because right now, this is such an unneeded step. I've been messaging every single one of my family and friends with an Android device, and with RCS, it's as if I never left, okay? The videos look the same, the camera photos look the same. In fact, mine looks slightly better because I have a better camera than my iPhone friends. And to be honest with you, even the stupid little gimmicky kickback reactions all work really well. Everything just works. The only thing I can't do is play pool with friends. The little game app on the iMessage thing, that's about it. Now there's a couple other things as an iPhone user that I actually miss. One of them is AirDrop. I love the ability for me to grab a file and just chuck that shit into my laptop or whatever. So obviously I lost that feature because I switched to Android. I can only really easily do that between other Android devices, or God forbid, have a Windows computer where I link that to my Android device. But here's where it gets better. So I found an application called Local Send that you can download pretty much on Windows, Mac, Linux, everything. And it's a really easy application, runs in the background, you name your server, you restart things, everything works pretty much out of the box. And so now, depending on if I'm on an iPhone or an Android device, I can send any file and AirDrop it to any device. And it just works out of the box. It's actually crazy to think that this app existed the entire time. I could have easily been airdropping between everything. And I didn't even know this existed until obviously I switched over and I looked up what is the best AirDrop competitor. I would say, arguably speaking, this one application is better than almost every iteration of AirDrop because it's not even locked to one device. And that's one of the big problems with iPhone devices or Android devices or anything. Especially when you're on Macs, it feels like every time Apple wants you to send files back and forth, as long as it's sending to a Mac or an iPhone or it's uploading to the iCloud, everything works seamlessly in the background. But the moment you start to interact with any third party, that's when iPhone devices fuck up the most. And I feel like Apple does this by design to make you as annoyed as possible so that eventually your whole ecosystem just becomes Apple. Now, the other thing I needed was obviously some level of password management. So I used Apple Passwords to basically store a lot of passwords for a little bit, until of course I discovered obviously Bitwarden. Now I talked about this application in the past, and it's as simple as signing up, having a password that even they don't store, so it's actually very secure. And if you're somebody that doesn't want to store on Bitwarden, just self-host. You absolutely can do it. So immediately I went to my actual Passwords app on my Mac, which you actually do need a Mac for this. You can't do it on iPhones for whatever reason. And as long as you go to your files, export all the passwords to a file, and then import that very easily into Bitwarden, you can copy your entire keychain stack that is usually iPhone dependent or Mac dependent all the way over to something that doesn't matter what system you're on. So you can run Bitwarden on Linux, Windows, Mac, any device. You're not locked in anywhere. So again, me mentioning this stuff is obviously designed to show you guys that if you're locked to an iPhone, it's never too late to start using other things. And you don't have to give up stuff. Now, the only thing that I really missed after this was backups. And this is where iCloud, it almost feels like everything does it for you seamlessly. And again, where I put in a bit more elbow grease was using a software known as Nextcloud. Now, I was able to download their server, set it up on an old computer that I have in the basement, and with this, I was able to create a backup solution where every photo that I took, every video that I took on my phone was automatically backed up to my own server. So I didn't even have to touch Google or anything else. Now, if you want to have something iCloud-like, I guess Google's a pretty good option, as I guess Microsoft can be pretty good. But you have choices when it comes to things like Android. So if you feel like you're locked in vendor-wise to Apple, don't, because you're absolutely not, okay? We live in a world where switching off is pretty goddamn easy. And there are just so much better devices you can get when it comes to Android or anything, so many other options that you don't have to be stuck on the iPhones. Simply because that's what you've been using your whole life and that's where you're stuck in. Now, if there's legitimate reasons for you to be using an iPhone, and I think one of the most legitimate reasons is probably battery life, Apple does a pretty good job of locking down their system so that, you know, your device is pretty goddamn Apple does a pretty good job of locking things down so your battery kind of lasts almost the entire day, at least in my opinion. And the other thing is, out of the box, a lot of iPhones are pretty much private and secure by design, which is something that not every Android device can be, can say. There's a lot of viruses that are also on Android, but generally speaking, it's much like PC. As long as you use this device with common sense, I don't think you have to worry about getting hacked all that much. But the other thing is, obviously, if you want to get a Google phone, for instance, and install things like Graphene OS or something more private, that's an option, and that's going to give you a better privacy experience than something like iPhones. Graphene at least will provide you something where even law enforcement agencies will probably have to scratch their heads a few times if they want to get access to your devices. And if you're somebody that really wants your privacy, you really want somebody not being able to snoop inside, Android devices with custom private operating systems are always the best option. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I became a filthy green bubble. And honestly, I didn't know that this was still a problem to this day, but it is. There's still a stigma. And if you feel like, the stigma applies to you or people are looking down at you, cut those individuals out of your life. And if you're somebody on the iPhone side that has been using it for years and you're like, man, I wish I could switch to one of these sweet Android devices, you can. It's not difficult. There's a lot of open source applications that do the exact same things iPhones do, but better, because they don't lock you in like a child to a certain sandbox or a walled garden. Ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mutahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
Hello, guys and gals, me Mutahar, and
same place. You might as well go there quicker. And the other thing I say to Europe,
we have the President of the United States advocating for
Europe has a very similar problem. I think they're going to end up in the same place. You might as well go there quicker. And the other thing I say to Europe,
we have the President of the United States advocating for acceleration live on bro.
We will not allow a windmill to be built in the United States. They're killing us.
No more windmills. They're killing us. Oh my God.
Killing the beauty of our scenery, our
say the birds. Say it.
Valleys, our beautiful plains, and I'm not talking about airplanes. I'm talking about beautiful plains, beautiful areas in the United States. And you look up, and you see windmills all over the place. It's a horrible thing. It's the most expensive form of energy. It's no good. They're made in China, almost all of them. When they start to rust and rot in 8 years, you can't really turn them off. You can't bury them. They won't let you bury the propellers, you know, the props, because there's a certain type of fiber that doesn't go well with the land.
Yeah.
That's what they say. The environmentalists say you can't bury them.
That's what they say.
Because the fiber doesn't go well with the land. In other words, if you bury it, it will harm our soil. The whole thing is a con job. It's very expensive.
He hates windmills. I think that he hates windmills more than basically anything. Really, like, he fucking hates them. Why though? I don't know.
And in all fairness, Germany tried it, and wind doesn't work. You need subsidy for wind, and energy should not need subsidy. With energy, you make money. You don't lose money. But more important than that is it ruins the landscape. It kills the birds. They're noisy. You know, you have a certain place in the Massachusetts area that over the last 20 years had 1 or 2 whales wash ashore, and over the last short period of time, they had 18. Okay? Because it's driving them loco. It's driving the Massachusetts area that over the last 20 years had 1 or 2 whales wash ashore.
2 whales?
And over the last short period of time,
the whales got...
They had 18.
18?
Okay? Because it's driving them loco. It's driving them crazy. Now,
they're killing the whales. The vibrations. You know what's so crazy is that I wonder if he's right. I mean, like with the bird thing, it's like, it seems like it's bullshit, right? But it's just insane.
Windmills will not come. It's not going to happen in the United States. And it's a very expensive, and I would love to see. I mean, today I'm playing the best course, I think, in the world, Turnberry. Even though I own it, it's...
This is a golf course, right?
It's probably the best course in the world, right?
It's a golf course?
I look over the horizon and I see 9 windmills. It's like great.
Okay.
At the end of the 18th, I said, isn't that a shame? What a shame. You have the same thing all over. All over Europe in particular. You have windmills all over the place. Some of the countries prohibit it, but...
He hates windmills. Like...
People ought to know that these windmills are very destructive. They're environmentally unsound. Just the exact opposite. Because the environmentalists, they're not really environmentalists. They're political.
What do you guys think he hates more, windmills or illegal immigration? Because right now, I don't know. I think it might be windmills.
They're, these are people that they almost want to harm the country. But you look at these beautiful landscapes all over the, you know, the world. Many countries have gotten smart. They will not allow it. They will not. It's the worst form of energy, the most expensive form of energy. But
wow,
windmills. Mill should not be allowed. Okay.
Okay. Well, there it is, guys. And
you're known as a tough negotiator and deal maker. What is in front? And fair. And what is in front of us?
That's less important.
If we are successful.
He's such a fucking asshole, bro. Oh my God.
I think it would be the biggest deal each of us has ever struck. So I'm very much looking forward.
Ever struck by anybody? That's true. That's true. Right now we have that that honor goes to Japan. We just struck a deal with Japan, as you know, and we're very close to a deal with China. We really sort of made a deal with China, but we'll see how that goes. And we have numerous other deals, and mostly I'm just going to charge tariffs, and you know, it's not a deal per se, but people are going to pay tariffs, and we're doing them at the low end, not the high end, because we don't want to hurt anybody. And pretty well, but
man, oh my fucking God. So not only, and this is what's really funny about this, is that it seems like there's some sort of, let me see if I can find this EU trade deal. Look at this. Here we go. We've reached a deal.
Is going to agree to purchase from the United States. European Union is going to agree to purchase from the United States $750 billion worth of energy.
Man.
$750 billion worth of energy.
That's a lot.
They are going to agree to invest into the United States $600 billion more than they're investing already. So they're investing.
What's that black thing on his head?
A large amount of money.
What's that?
You know what that amount of money is. It's very substantial, but they're going to invest an additional $600 billion. They're agreeing to open up their countries to trade at zero tariff.
Damn.
So that's a very big factor. Opening up their countries, all of the countries will be opened up to trade with the United States at zero tariff. And they're agreeing to purchase a vast amount of military equipment. We don't know what that number is, but it's the good news is we make the best military equipment in the world, so sort of you have to do that. I mean, until somebody tops us, which is not going to happen. We're way ahead in terms of the quality of the military equipment. You saw that recently in Iran, and you see that, unfortunately, you see that often for all the wrong reasons, right? So those things are 750 billion, 600 billion, opening up the country. We are agreeing that the tariff straight across for automobiles and everything else will be a straight across tariff of 15%. So we have a tariff of 15%.
So they're tariffing European stuff, but Europe isn't tariffing us?
Of the opening up.
They're tariffing European stuff, but Europe isn't tariffing us?
Of the opening up of all of the European countries, which I think I could say were essentially closed. I mean, you weren't exactly taking our autos, you weren't exactly taking our agriculture, and then you would have smaller things, but for the most part it was closed. And now it's open. It's open for our companies to go in and do a good job with it. I think you'll like them. I think you'll like it. And we will, very importantly, they'll be investing a lot of money, but the military is a big number, but that's one number we're not determining. It's going to be whatever it is. But
it's going to be a lot more, and they don't want to say the number because it's going to go higher probably. Yeah.
Hundreds of billions of dollars worth of military equipment. They're very important. They're going to purchase $750 billion worth of energy. So that's going to be great. And $600 billion worth of investments into the United States over and above what they have. So, and I think that basically concludes the deal. I mean, those are the main factors. I don't think there are too many other factors, other than we're going to get along great. And we have a great relationship now with NATO, which is largely the same. I mean, not exactly, but pretty close, right? Largely. And with NATO, as you know, they're going up to 5% from 2%, and the relationship is very strong with NATO. So I just want to congratulate you. I think it's
man.
I think it's great that we made a deal today instead of playing games and maybe not making a deal at all. I think it's. I'm going to let you say, but I think it's the biggest deal ever made. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Wow. Well, there it is.
Yeah, thank you. We have a deal. We have a trade.
I guess so. And yeah, EU gets cut again. Yeah, I guess so. 15% reciprocal tariffs, a massive trade deal with Europeans will buy $750 billion in American energy. Oh my fucking God, man. It's crazy how it's like he can go off and just go absolutely fucking hog wild on fucking windmills, and then somehow I would say this seems pretty decent. You know, yeah, it seems all right. Ursula just sold out all of the EU. Yeah, mafia tactics work. Yeah. I guess so. I don't know. But there it is. And you've got, obviously, you know, you got them doing it. And so, because that deal, my country wants us to work 5 more years than we should, 40 years. Well, that's just too bad. The thing is that if you don't like that, then you should have negotiated better. You've got to expect the other countries like the U.S., and we expect this from, I expect this from any other country, they're going to want to do what's in their best interest. And we got to do what's in our best interest. We should be using nuclear energy, not coal. This is ridiculous. I completely agree with you. I think coal is ridiculous. And there it is. Obviously, a lot of people, are they unhappy about her? Uh-oh, you folded. Explain to me how this is supposed to be a good deal for Europe again. Yeah, what did the EU gain? So everybody is fucking pissed at her. You caved in as expected. We didn't elect you. Man. She literally sold the European economy to the United States. She made a deal that favors the US hugely. Well, how about that? And I thought you were Irish. Yeah, I'm Irish, Scottish, and German primarily. Yeah, be those 3. This is, wait, the Epstein client list got leaked. What does this say? Crooked Hillary, Bruce Springsteen, Sleepy Joe, Elon Musk, Rosie O'Donnell, Barack Hussein Obama, and then Eric is number fucking 1. You know, guys, is this real? Did they finally bring it out? I can't believe it. That's what we want? Yeah, I guess so. Ironheart, no wonder Marvel tried to bury this show. Ooh, man.
Remember back in school when you had to do some class presentation, only when it got to the day and the other kids started doing theirs, you realized you'd totally misunderstood the assignment and done something completely wrong, so your only option was to hide at the back of the class and just hope against hope that the teacher would forget about you and let you off the hook.
Yeah.
Well, that's basically Ironheart for you, a TV show commissioned 5 years ago when the whole let's swap out beloved legacy characters for diverse new alternatives craze was at its obnoxious peak in the MCU, based around a particularly unpopular comic book character from arguably the least successful era of Marvel Comics ever, who did nothing but ride the coattails of her far more popular male predecessor, only with none of his charm, likability, flaws, or character development. It was a show that was basically outdated and obsolete before it was even released, lumbered with a main...
Nobody even liked it to begin with, then. So why would they go with something that nobody even liked even whenever it came out?
Character that nobody liked or wanted,
crazy.
And the fact that the past several years have been nothing but a slow-moving train wreck for the MCU gradually eroded the fan patience and goodwill that might have allowed a show like Ironheart to scrape by. Marvel knew this all too well, and they also knew there was no way to fix or avoid the problem, so they did what we all did in that school classroom decades earlier. They went silent and tried to hide, doing their best to bury Ironheart and hope that people would eventually just forget about it and leave them alone.
This was one of the worst things that happened to me. This was in my last semester of college, and we were doing a group presentation,
And obviously, you know, it was me doing the group presentation. I was soloing the entire thing because nobody did anything. And so halfway through the presentation, while I'm explaining everything, the professor stops me. And sure, no, I'm being serious. I stayed up the entire night. I did the entire presentation. The class was at 9 a.m. I was there early. I did the presentation. I went home. I went to bed. That's what happened. And so he stops me halfway through the presentation. And he says, okay, we've heard enough from you. I forgot their names. But, like, can you explain this slide? And they're up there like, the circle and he he talked for like 10 seconds. I immediately was like, yeah. So anyway, let's get back into this, right? Should have called them out. Yeah, no, I did. I did call them out. I emailed the professor later on and I was like, hey, listen, they didn't fucking do anything. And I absolutely did. It was a business. It was a it was like a process analysis, like computer systems class. And so like you had to develop like a computer like system for like I forgot even what it fucking was, but it was basically like a programming chart for how something would work. And I snitched him out. I did, of course, because I had an 88 in the class and I thought I deserved an A because I was like, well, what the fuck? Like I did the entire project. They didn't do anything. Like we got an 85 or a 90 on the project. And like, yeah, fuck that, dude. Like, again, you might like when I'm on it, bro, you thought you were on the team. I'm in a battle royale. I'm there for me. That's it. And so anyway, yeah, fuck them. Absolutely fuck them. That's the way it is. And so get the grade. Yeah, bro, I'll always try to come out ahead. Always, every time. And so anyway, yeah, fuck them, base for snitching. Exactly. So relatable from comp sci. Yeah, because they didn't do anything. Like they didn't know how to use the chart. So we had this Romanian professor. I'm kind of going off on a tangent. We had this Romanian professor. And I remember we had seven questions in our final. And the class is like an hour, right? A little bit over an hour for the final. Each question is an entire page. Like it's like this, and then the page is like the amount of work that you need to do. And some girl asks, so how many of these do we have to do? Like 2 or 3? This dude goes, you can do partial work if you want partial credit. And he walks out of the room. That was it. Just straight up walks out of the fucking room. And like, bro, they were so stressed. They were upset, man. It was hilarious. I hate teachers. No, he was right. He was right about everything. And I liked him a lot. So the point is that that's exactly what happened, right? 100%. Like I was in this situation. Is like, yeah, as soon as they had to start explaining shit, it was awful. It was a teaching moment. Yeah.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
Well, it turns out you can only hide for so long when you've got hundreds of millions of
dollars
dollars invested and a contractual obligation to...
And I tried to hide them. I did. I tried. I was like, okay, I'm going to explain this. I just told them. I said before the thing, just shut up and stand behind me. I'm going to do the whole thing. You're going to get credit and we're going to be done, okay? That's it. And I was totally okay with this. But he wasn't.
Release it sooner or later. So, over the past couple of days, the creaky old Marvel PR machine reluctantly rumbled into action once more, desperately trying to drum up some kind of enthusiasm around the show with barely a month to go before it releases. And today, we got the first official trailer. Are you ready? I'm not sure I am. No offense, man, but I'm not exactly sure that's a selling point.
Well, I love how the implication is like a Black Panther. It's like a black people thing. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, how patronizing. Like, am I the only person that feels that way? Like, that seems so patronizing to me.
Man, she looks about as excited as I feel.
In less than 3 minutes, the air in this elevator will no longer be breathable.
Must have been taco night, I guess. It's okay, though. Riri's got a highly technical solution.
Screw this.
Fuck. Riri Williams was a genius.
Aye, it takes a real genius to force an elevator door open.
Riri, I see you. I see you're fed up, waiting to be acknowledged for your greatness.
Pull your tongue out of my arsehole, Gary. Dogs do that. You're not a dog, are you, Gary?
Oh,
I want to
Jesus.
build something undeniable. Something
Important.
iconic.
What, you mean like the thing that Tony Stark already built like 20 years earlier?
Yeah, you're gonna
the
do the
gist
same
here
thing.
is that Hooded Justice, or whatever the fuck this guy's called, offers to give Riri the resources and money she needs to construct her new suit of armor, on the condition that she helps him in return. I'm sure that won't have negative consequences.
Sure.
You've bitten off a hell of a lot more than you can chew. I could chew a lot.
I hate so much about the things that you choose to be.
And of course, no MCU production would be complete without the patented Marvel humor.
Would a shady bunker have that on the wall?
It's literally above a crate of self-guided missiles.
I'm returning those.
That's exactly the way that I feel. Yeah. That's just about it. Yep.
And if all of this isn't a sign of how little confidence they have in this thing, then check out these comments from the producers.
A lot of people think that she's a successor to the Iron Man legacy. But in the comic book, Riri and Tony had a friendship, and eventually she got her own identity.
The story of Ironheart is not a story about the mantle of Iron Man getting passed. If anything, it's the opposite.
You sit on a throne of lies.
Spot the recurring theme here? The one thing they keep desperately trying to hammer home is that Riri Williams isn't just some cheap, lazy DEI replacement for Tony Stark. No, sir.
Surely that won't be what audiences think. Surely the audiences won't just think that.
She's her own woman with her own personality, and definitely someone you should be excited to see on
Oh,
screen.
yeah.
I don't think that's true.
Now, call me a crazy drunkard if you like, many people have, but Marvel might have avoided accusations like this if her entire character and backstory wasn't an insecure attempt to one-up Tony Stark in every possible way.
Of course.
Instead of a rich but deeply flawed playboy with a talent for engineering developed over decades of research who constructs an armored suit out of sheer necessity to help him escape from captivity, Riri is a genius teenage tech protege who probably taught herself how to build quantum megacomputers out of Play-Doh and old Nintendo consoles when she was still just a fetus. Because truly, if there's one thing the MCU needs more of, it's obnoxious teenage girls that are inexplicably amazing at technology.
Why didn't you just reprogram the synapses to work collectively?
Because we didn't think of it?
I'm sure you did your best.
God damn, is that bitch on the rag or what?
Even Dominique Thorne, the actress playing Riri Williams, really wanted to cement the idea that this wasn't some lame attempt to exploit the legacy of Iron Man. In fact,
I mean, can we just say that if you have to go on a press tour to talk about how this movie isn't the same as another movie, that, I mean, like, I feel like that's pretty bad, right? I mean, if you need to do that. Yeah, who needs to do that? Why would you need to do that?
according to her Trust Me Bro source, Robert Downey Jr. himself even descended from the heavens to this mortal plane to give her his blessing. As if that counts for anything, he's a fucking actor, not the God Emperor of the MCU.
I think this is the dumbest thing, by the way, of having him play Doctor Doom. I think it is so stupid. You already have had a role in the universe. I think it's so weird, man. It's so dumb. It's a really bad idea. I don't get it, man. He was already Iron Man.
Anyway,
yeah.
Robert Downey Jr. and I spoke after we wrapped, and he shared some very lovely words about my journey.
That's nice.
Come on! Your journey? You've literally been in one movie at this point. A movie so forgettable that most people can't even remember you were in it. That's not a journey, that's a weekend staycation in Grimsby. He told me how excited he was and that he's rooting for it too. I literally
Well,
got
I mean, it's not going to come... I mean, like, realistically, I'm sure he wants the movie to do well. I mean, yeah, of course he does. He's not like this evil guy. Like, duh. Like, sure, of course he does. This doesn't mean a whole lot, though, right? Does it?
2 thumbs up. It's really reassuring to know that you're not embarrassing Iron Man. She also couldn't help adding that Riri is just so much better and smarter and more resourceful than Tony ever was, because of course she is. She's dumpster diving, whereas Tony Stark was this bajillionaire. What she's able to accomplish is remarkable.
Right.
Oh, really?
Tony Stark was...
Nope, I'm not doing it. I'm not replaying that same fucking clip that everyone's using to respond to this, but you do get the point here. Tony's wealth and resources counted for absolutely nothing when he was imprisoned in that cave in Afghanistan. In fact, I'd argue that he had even less resources to work with than Riri, because she had all the time in the world to design and refine her suit, whereas he was forced to cobble his together against the clock, with armed terrorists watching his every move. But hey, why let facts and reality get in the way when there's a narrative that needs spinning? Unfortunately, by waiting until the 11th hour to actually spin...
This movie is going to be the next Snow White. I've got a feeling. Like, it's going to be the next one that comes out that everybody hates. People are massively shitting on them. And it's a TV show? Oh, sorry, it's a TV show. Let me think. Is there a TV show that's been a huge failure recently? Can I have... I forgot it was a TV show. It's the same thing, really. Like Rings of Power? It's gonna be this is Marvel's The Acolyte. I think there's a very good chance it's going to be Marvel's The Acolyte.
In it, Marvel have completely lost control of the narrative around this show, and people can now see it for exactly what it is. A cheap, lazy, and pandering attempt to exploit the legacy and coolness of one of the MCU's most popular characters, born from the hubris of a different era when Marvel believed they could do no wrong, and reluctantly sharted out half a decade later into a time when they seemingly can't do anything right.
No, they can't.
A show that even the creators seem embarrassed and afraid to release, and if the trailer's anything to go by, they probably should be. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Fucking go away now.
The funny thing about this, too, is that as soon as this happens, I think that more and more people are going to just, like, massively shit on this. And it will become, like, this is the problem with, like, media now. And it's like, I can kind of feel bad for... Let me link you guys the video. It's a Critical Drinker video. Make sure to give it a like. I think he's great. And one thing I like about his content is that it's short. And do you think a more flattering suit would have helped? No, I don't even think that this is a black female protagonist problem. I think that if they were using, like, maybe if they had, like, for example, I don't know, like, I forgot what his name was, the new Spider-Man guy. Like, if they had him, like, kind of taking on Tony Stark's role after kind of what happened in Endgame, then, like, Tom Holland, if they had him taking on that role, I think it would be more popular, definitely, but I still don't think it would be, like, massively popular, because I just think that the story's been played out, right? It's just been played out, and people have seen it, and they're looking for something new, right? Miles Morales is better. Well, I don't know. I haven't paid attention to Spider-Man, right? But I'm just saying, like, that would be probably, and the reason why also is that, you know, the actress, and this is one of the big reasons too, is that, like, actors and actresses play a really big role in whether people are going to watch a movie or not. And so if you take an unknown actress comparatively, like with this woman here, and then you compare her with Tom Holland or Robert Downey Jr., you're really going to have a huge problem. Like, for example, you know, Chris Hemsworth was well known before of Thor. Robert Downey Jr. was well known before Iron Man. You know, let's see, who else? And then also it had, like, Jeff Bridges in it. I mean, Samuel Jackson, I mean, okay, like, do I even need to begin? Scarlett Johansson was very well known. Yeah, the new, like, all of Doctor Strange. Yeah, exactly. Benedict Cumberbatch was well known. Chris Evans was well known. Mark Ruffalo was well known. Every single actor that came into the Marvel franchise as one of the Avengers was extremely well known. Right? I mean, they were not all A-list actors, but they were all either A-list or very close to it. And so, yeah, that's what I would say. And was Chris Evans, though? Chris Evans was... I think that he was probably maybe one of the riskiest picks, but he had already been, you know, the fucking... He wasn't Mr. Fantastic. He was the living torch or whatever, the Human Torch, in the Fantastic Four, right? And so he had already been like a supporting character in a superhero movie beforehand, right? So it was a pretty safe decision for them to go with him because they had already seen him before. Rom-com actor? Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, so was Matthew McConaughey. But like the fact is that every actor in that cast was extremely fucking good, right? They were extremely good actors and they were all well known. And then you compare it to this girl who was in, Black Panther 2, Wakanda Forever. And a lot of people apparently didn't really like that movie, or at least they thought it was a big downgrade from the first one. And so, yeah, you're going to have a really bad time. And I think this is an element of it that isn't considered a whole lot. And it's kind of like a good example is like using like I think that something like, I mean, recasting is always bad, but it's especially bad whenever you're taking a really well-known actor and then replacing them with somebody who, you know, audiences might think is like not as good, like what's happening with The Witcher, for example. And I think that's also like, I mean, like Johnny Depp, like Mads Mikkelsen is like really popular and I think everybody likes him, but Johnny Depp is definitely way more famous than he is, right? I mean, like, let's be honest, right? Johnny Depp has been a household name for fucking 30, 40 years. And so if you bring in somebody who isn't as well known, it's going to affect the popularity of the movie. It will. And I think that's the big problem that a lot of these studios don't understand, is that if you don't have a person that is either like a perfect, insanely good fit for the character, like a really good example of good casting is, what's his name? Christoph Waltz, who was casted by Quentin Tarantino. And the first movie, one of the first movies he was ever in, because he was in German cinema, is that he was cast as, as Hans Landa, right, in Inglourious Bastards. And it was so good that it made him like a fucking, like, immediate, instantaneous A-list actor, right, instantly. And also he followed it up with really good roles, too. And so, yeah, Heisenberg, yeah, well, I mean, no, he was still well-known. Ryan Reynolds for Deadpool. Well, Ryan Reynolds had been in some other good movies in the past. I don't think that's entirely fair to say that about Ryan Reynolds. But, I mean, Deadpool is definitely, like, his main one, for sure. And so, like, what I'm saying, and Django Unchained, yeah, well, that's the main one, but I was thinking about other ones, too. But, in general, that's the way I see it, right? And Van Wilder is goated. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, in general, like, having important actors and well-known actors makes a huge difference, and the actors that are in the show definitely increase the hype for the show. Because the truth is, the only time that I ever heard about the new Marvel movies with Doctor Doom was about Robert Downey Jr. So you can complain and get mad about it all you want, that like, oh, you're replacing the guy. And I can complain about it even. But the fact is, the only reason that we're talking about it is because he was the one that got cast. That's it. Yeah, no one's more iconic than Hugh Jackman's Wolverine. That's probably true. Honestly. Like, yeah, that's definitely true. Green Lantern. Yeah, I watched Green Lantern, the Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern movie. Yeah, not so great. It was the first time I saw him as an actor. Well, yeah. Well, Robert Downey Jr. had like a 10 to 15 year crash out. And in the process of that, he, went to jail, got arrested, had a bunch of other crazy shit happen. And then he got out of jail and he was on drugs, all this other stuff, right? It just, the typical shit that people do. And did a lot of drugs, drug addict. Yeah, exactly. And then he came back. He did Iron Man. He did like a few other roles. It was mainly Iron Man and Tropic Thunder, right? And like those two roles came out and that went crazy. Huge comeback, yeah. And as soon as that shit happened, but he was popular in the 90s as well. Sherlock Holmes, yes, Sherlock Holmes, that was the other one. Marvel Ironheart is coming out and no one cares. What is this? What is this? No. This is fake. This has got to be fake, right?
Riftbound in person with other players. And I mean, sure, you can argue that experiencing this digitally without the physical interaction is harming the game experience. But let's just keep in mind that you are still playing online with other people, likely on Discord. But also, they talk about them wanting their players to play the game physically, while there is still no way to do so. That is why I am surprised that Riot didn't wait and let people have their own fun before the official release. At the same time though, notice how they specifically call out the game engines automating the mechanics, which is something you would experience in a virtual card game, just like something like Legends of Runeterra. That's right, let's not forget that Riftbound will be indirectly competing with that game. And so it would make sense that Riot would want to take Riftbound away from the virtual forms as much as possible. Because keeping two virtual card games ready in the same IP would be a nightmare for marketing. But it all also plays into one more thing. Even though Riot mentioned that the social part of the game is really important, let's not forget that there are also other big board games with their own unofficial releases, all while those games are totally fine with it. One example of that is, as we mentioned, Warhammer 40k, which is technically playable on the tabletop simulator. And somehow Games Workshop are seemingly fine with it? Though that could be because Warhammer is a whole unique experience with painting of the minis and stuff like that. But still, even though games like Lorcana and Riftbound are being taken down, there are other IPs that
So Trump did actually make comments about Epstein.
Well, I haven't been overly interested in it. You know, it's a hoax that's been built up way beyond proportion. I can say this, those files were run
you're welcome for
by
that,
the
huh?
worst
How about
scum on earth. The whole thing is a hoax. They can put things in the file that are fake. Those files were run by bad, sick people. But they were run by my enemy. If there was anything in there, they would have used them for the election.
I just don't know why. If you thought they were being run by the enemy and you thought they had altered the files, then why would you bring on multiple people into your staff as cabinet members that advocated for releasing the files? It just doesn't make sense. And especially like he's alluded to, like, you know, Prince Andrew and Bill Clinton being involved. Like, that's the issue, right?
I don't do drawings. I'm not a drawing person. I don't do drawings. Sometimes people say, would you draw a building? And I'll draw 4 lines and a little roof, you know, for a charity stuff. But I'm not a drawing person. I don't do drawings of women. They say there's a drawing of a woman. Do you know that my poll numbers are up 4.5 points since this ridiculous Epstein stuff? Because people don't buy it. And
I just feel like they'd be up by 10 points if you just posted it and it implicated people that you thought were implicated, like Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein.
This is, but I don't like this. I think it's
gone, and we want to focus on trade deals. And by the way, I never went to the island, and Bill Clinton went there supposedly 28 times. I never had the privilege of going to his island, and I did turn it down, but a lot of people in Palm Beach were invited to his island. In one of my very good moments, I turned it down. I didn't want to go to his island.
Trump's 100% hiding shit. At this point, so much of this doesn't make sense to me at all. I think one of Trump's biggest strengths is his ability to read a room and effectively figure out what people are thinking. What's weird about this situation with Epstein is that it's like he's totally off base with it in a way that I would have never expected.
The Matrix is full of shocking moments that kept more than a few people questioning what is real. But what about those stories that never made it to the big screen? There are deleted moments from The Matrix that, if left in the movie, would have made it much darker than it already is. Scenes like the reveal that Morpheus was the one who caused the death of Neo's predecessors. Or how about the alternate ending where the Matrix was destroyed? In this video, we'll be discussing the 7 transformative deleted scenes from The Matrix. Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Number 7. The secret weapon of the Matrix. One of the most famous scenes in the original film is when Neo dines on a protein paste for the first time.
It's a single-celled protein combined with synthetic aminos, vitamins, and minerals. Everything the body needs.
In the original script, there is an alternate version of this scene. Sit down, Neo. Let's get you something to eat. Piled onto plates are pieces of a large black-shelled creature. Everyone begins grabbing and cracking open shells, pulling out the meat, and dipping it into bowls of butter-flavored topping. So Neo, how did you like the orientation program? He sucks at a long piece that looks a lot like a crab leg. It was effective. Neo struggles, trying to break open the shell. I created Eve, you know. Buzz laughs, and I can create anyone else if your heart desires. Buzz is our local porno shop. Don't listen to these prunes, Neo. We're men. We have urges. He leans close, licking the artificial butter from his lips. If you've ever fantasized about screwing any woman, or hell, any man, on disc I already got Marilyn Monroe, Betty Page, Cookie Roberts. Oh, that brain. Jazz hands him a piece of white meat. Neo dips it and eats it. What is this? You're going to learn, Neo. There are some questions you don't want to know the answers to. Suddenly the lights dim, and Tank, who left for a moment, returns carrying a small fruitcake with a single candle on it. Here's a little something we do, Neo, to celebrate your first day out. He raises his polyplastic glass. Everyone does the same. Happy birthday, Neo. Neo stares at the burning candle. Be careful what you wish for. Now the obvious first question that comes to mind is, what are they eating? In the final cut of the film, the crew eats some sort of artificial protein filled with vitamins and minerals. Everything the body needs. The crew doesn't seem to enjoy it, but it's not like they can put some steaks on a grill. Steaks. Maybe that's why Cypher wanted to get back into the Matrix. alternate scene, they seem to be dining on some sort of arthropod-like animal. The script describes one of the limbs as being similar to a crustacean, but it could be a giant roach for all we know. Neo did ask what it was, to which he was given a response of, "You don't want to know."
They need to stop responding to the questions about deportations with, quote, violent criminals are the priority. Stop avoiding the question. How hard is it to say the baby or child will be deported alongside the parent and separation will no longer be a concern? I agree with you, by the way. I completely agree with you. I think just lay it out there. Say, yeah, we don't give a fuck if we're going to deport the kid. That's what's going to happen. That's what I support. That's what I think they should do. And I think that pussyfooting around it only emboldens these people to try to use more emotional control. It's bad optics. The optics of it don't matter. And I think also the entire idea of optics is something that the people that care about optics are usually the ones that can manipulate them. So the entire idea like this is some kind of unpopular opinion is crazy. It's not even an unpopular opinion. You can't be nice about it. You need at least a parent in orphanage. Yeah, sure, right? People looking at the optics are the literal loophole these motherfuckers are waiting for. The question was about priority, though. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's more of a priority to deport a gang member than a 5-year-old. But, like, in general, they shouldn't be here. I mean, it's that simple. I don't understand. Like, it's all, again, it's all just emotional manipulation and emotional blackmail. The reality is that in any other instance where a parent commits a crime, they're separated from their child in order to be punished from that crime. So to act like this is some kind of unique evil is ridiculous. If you, kill somebody and you go to jail, the kid doesn't go to jail with you. That's it. I mean, it's the USA is trying so hard to play optics instead of caring. Yeah.
Into our country, and in some cases, very, very bad ones. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. On your tax bill, if I could for a moment, senators are racing to rewrite parts of it right now after the Senate parliamentarian ruled that sections of it were outside of the process that they're using to get this through. Sure. Do you think that senators should...
But you're saying to deport the kids too? Yeah, if the kids came here at like 5 years old and they're like 10 or something like that, they're an illegal alien and they should be deported. No exceptions. Yeah. Straight up. That's so fucked? No, it's not. Why is that fucked? They're not citizens of the country. We should just let them be here? Why? That's ridiculous. It's common sense. Any country would do this. It's not their fault. So what? Then the parents should have exercised better decision making. If you don't want your kid to be in a bad situation, then don't put your kid in a bad situation. It's not our responsibility for making up for parents that want to try to emotionally blackmail a country by taking advantage of it. It's ridiculous.
Respect the decisions of the parliamentarian, and what have you personally done in the last 48 hours to try and get Republican senators who are against the bill to a yes?
Well, look, it's a great bill. It's a massive tax cut. If it's not approved, your taxes will go up by 68%. Think of that, 68, a record, the highest in the history. The Democrats won't approve it only because politically it's so good for the Republicans. The Democrats aren't approving it. But think of what they're not approving. They're not approving border security. We've done a great job at the border, but we have to add some wall. We have to do, various things. We have
if your close friend had a kid, would you tell him to deport their baby? You're making an emotional argument. You're making an you're not making a decision based off of whether something is a good idea or not. You want me to make a decision based off of whether it would personally affect me or not. It's always emotional. Yeah, that's not a logical way to go about things. Again, it's a bad faith. It's just emotional blackmail. Almost all of these positions immediately evaporate the moment that you don't give in to emotional blackmail.
Money for that. We have no money for the border. We have no money for so many things. But if the Democrats, it'd be interesting to see if we get any Democrat votes. We should. If I were a Democrat, I would absolutely, maybe Fetterman, because he seems to be the most sensible one lately. If I were a Democrat, I would vote for this bill all day long because it's tax cuts and so many other things that are common sense. They're basic things. I think they're doing fine. The parliamentarian's been a little difficult. And I would say that I disagree with the parliamentarian on some things, and on other ways she's been fine. But we'll have to see. It's a big issue. I will tell you this: if that bill doesn't pass, the country will get a 68% tax increase. So think of this: you're a Democrat and you vote against it. That means you're voting in favor, because essentially you're voting in favor of the largest tax hike in the history of our country. And you can't do that.
People are arguing against this, or same that argue to keep the families together. They're contradicting their own arguments. No, their argument is that these are people who are motivated and that think entirely in the context of how things make them feel, and not in terms of like logical argumentation. So you should never really even you should not assume that they are coming to this conclusion from any sort of like a reasonable perspective. This is not a reasonable perspective to have at all. None of it makes sense. Those are people who are empathetic. So one thing that a lot of people, and this is the big problem with empathy, is that a lot of people's empathy turns out to hurt other people. And I think this is probably one of the biggest modern problems that we have, is that the basically, like, people's performative empathy ends up creating problems for other people instead of the people that they're being empathetic towards. So they're basically trying to make themselves feel good by helping one group of people, but in the process of that, they're hurting another group of people instead. So I view it as like concentric circles. And so obviously it's good to have empathy for everyone, but you should prioritize people in your country first. And so whenever you make a decision based off of those concentric circles that we all know to be true, like, you know, you'd be more likely to make a decision in the best interest of your parent more than maybe a friend, you know, you would hope, right? And more in the interest of a friend than an acquaintance, and more in the interest of an acquaintance than a stranger. And so all of this exists in kind of a logic there's like a logical structure of this that everybody acknowledges to be true on a personal level, but the moment that you extrapolate this to a group level, somehow we're supposed to pretend like it doesn't exist. I don't think that's a good way of looking at things. And I know that, like, for me, a lot of people that talk about this, you know, like they try to worry about the optics. I don't mince my words about it at all. I think that if you come here and have a kid, I think the entire family should get deported, period. That's it. No exceptions, no, but what abouts, no, but it's bad over there. I literally don't care, even for, like, it's not even 1%. And it's not because I don't care about them. It's that I care about the people here more. And I want to do what's in their best interest. And when I allow people to exploit my systems, to exploit my country, to take advantage of it at the expense of other people, what I'm effectively doing is I am weaponizing my empathy to make myself feel good at the expense of people who should be, you know, my countrymen. And I think that's the wrong perspective to have. I think it's very unfair. And a lot of people, this is a big problem with leadership. It's a big problem with decision-making. And this is why anytime somebody is a huge asshole, I'm usually a big fan of them, because I think to myself, maybe we'll finally have somebody who's willing to do what it takes. Because a lot of times there are, like, in life, there are a lot of trolley problems where you're choosing a lesser evil or a greater evil. And the people who are afraid of that end up allowing both evils to happen. Or they end up choosing the greater evil, but because the lesser evil is more immediate. We need Arthas. Arthas was completely right in Strathlum. He did nothing wrong. If Uther and Jaina had helped him kill all of the people there, like he should have, he made a decision that only a king could make. And if it wasn't for him, we would still be in Lordaeron. I might still be playing World of Warcraft. The Lich King would have never happened, and it would have never been a problem. A lot of people are afraid of doing a bad thing because they can't see the greater good that that bad thing will achieve.
In addition, we're cutting costs.
In my opinion, I think that's a weakness in leadership, and a person who's not able to exercise that vision should not be in a leadership position. How many of you guys have been a victim of a person in a leadership position who thought that it would be okay to give a person an extra chance, even though they were a bad actor, and then that person ended up negatively affecting you or your team members or someone around you? That's the type of emotional indulgence and performative altruism and selfish altruism that I think is so prevalent nowadays. When you're a leader, when you're responsible for other people's well-being, you have to act in their best interest at all times. And if you're not acting in their best interest, you're betraying them. And you're betraying the people that elected you. They put their trust in you. They put their hope in you to take those hopes and those dreams and turn them into a reality. And it's more important for you to think that you're a good person. I think that's a complete betrayal. I understand that my morality for this is not necessarily the same as everybody else's, but I believe that this is the correct view of the world. What conditions of America to be able to let immigrants illegally enter without being a huge detriment to America? I don't know. Who cares? Why are you even thinking about immigrants? I don't care about immigrants. I care about Americans. I'm an American. I don't care about some guy that's in South America. That's not my problem. Why am I even thinking about this? Like, really, like, it's outrageous. Like, what are you even thinking? It's crazy. Those shit themselves, start by helping your community first. Yes, exactly. That's what Hitler said about Germany. No, it's not. Hitler was thinking about Poland. What a stupid thing to say. You don't even know what you're talking about.
By $1.7 trillion, and it won't affect anybody. It's just fraud, waste, and abuse.
Mr. President, a leading global economist just did a 180 and says your tariff plan, you may have outsmarted everybody with it. Oh. What is your message?
Oh my God. Bro.
Mr. President, a leading global economist just did a 180 and
That's what he
says
does.
your tariff plan, you may have outsmarted everybody with it. What is your message?
Okay.
I love this. I love this question. This is the favorite. This is the best question I've ever been asked because I've been going through abuse for years on this.
Yeah.
Because as you know, we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, no inflation.
I love how everybody said that the tariffs were like. Remember the messaging that tariffs were actually just a tax on the American consumer. I don't know how that messaging was so strong. Because if the tariffs were just Trump kicking Americans in the dick, then why did every country respond by kicking themselves in the dick too? Oh, you're kicking yourself in the dick. I can do it even harder than you can. Watch this. Because it is. No, it's completely illogical. Reddit economists? Yes, clearly.
But, Mr. President, what is your message to critics who think your tariff plan will cause a recession?
I think they should go back to business school. It's so obvious. It's so obvious. I mean, we're taking in billions and billions of dollars from China and a lot of other countries. We took in. I had a call from somebody in the House and a high official. Sir, we have a problem. We don't know what to do. The books are a mess. I said, what do you mean by the books? The books, the money coming in. It's so terrible. I figured, oh boy, what's this? I don't like this question. I said, so what seems, there's so much money coming in and there must be some kind of an accounting mistake. Because we have.
He's literally saying there's just too much money. Oh my fucking God. Bro.
Hundreds of billions of dollars more money than we thought. I said, do me a favor, go check call me back. You have to call me back. Check the tariff column. Calls me back 2 hours later, says, you're right. We took in $88 billion in tariffs. They have so much money coming in. But more important than the money coming in, we have companies coming in, factories coming in, auto plants being built. AI is being built here instead of being built
That's the big long-term investment, is making sure that you centralize AI and automated development inside of America for by the time that automation fully takes over, you have control over those methods of creation.
Over Europe
Super
and Asia.
important.
We have all of it. We have over $15 trillion, just about, Scott. I think we're right at about that number. We went to Saudi Arabia. We went to Qatar. We went to UAE. Very smart people, very smart
He
leaders.
obviously went there in order to make those deals because he knew that Iran was on the precipice of causing problems. He established strategic business relationships with those other countries, which gave him the go-ahead to attack and isolate Iran, and he did. That's 100% what, like, and by the way, he, like, that Operation Midnight Hammer where they bombed the fucking those nuclear facilities, that was wargamed by Biden. He had this in his back pocket, and it's not even his fault. Like, they set him up to win. All he did is play the cards the right way.
Great leaders, and we took in $5.1 trillion.
What I'm saying is, like, this is like, yes, he was smart to do this. It was a good decision to do this. But this is, it's not quantum 7-dimensional chess. It's just a smart, prudent, good decision.
There, without the tariffs, I mean, they also liked a thing called November 5th, November 6th, and November 7th. That was a very good little period of time. It's called the presidential election.
That's when he won.
You know, you used to have one-day election. Now you have it go over it. But even if you just took that little period, because it was pretty obvious it was going to be a landslide. And they like that, but they love the tariffs. I had Texas Instruments come in the other day, big company.
Calculators.
And he said, we're putting in $60 billion into new plants and new equipment, new everything. Sir, you're going to keep the tariffs, aren't you? Because if I ever took
Ignorance is bliss clip. Remember that the planet is suffering from climate pollution. So it does make sense that the species of animals that survived the war would be insects who have mutated into giant monsters. And there you have your source of protein. Dozer does explain in the film that what they are eating is a synthetic protein, but it could be blended insect guts for all we know. Another interesting change is in the names of some of the characters. Buzz, of course, is Mouse in the film, since he explained he designed the training program, and Jazz, who could be Dozer, since he is the one who told Neo that it's better for him not to know what he is eating. But the most interesting omission that should have been left in the film is the birthday celebration. Social rituals or gatherings, like birthday parties, are fundamental to the human condition, so it would make sense that they continue these kinds of celebrations in the real world. Furthermore, to celebrate Neo's awakening from the Matrix would also deepen his relationship with Morpheus and the crew. The scene was cut. It's understandable, as it took away a bit of the mysticism or seriousness of the plot. Now in this deleted scene, we see Morpheus's capture play out differently. In it, Morpheus puts up more of a fight to buy Neo and the others time to escape. He sacrificed himself for the one. In the Art of the Matrix book, there are storyboards of how the scene was originally planned. Let's go ahead and read the information on these storyboards. The basic gist here is retained in the later version, with Morpheus sacrificing himself. Only in the film, the sacrifice occurs earlier, straight from the wet wall into the bedroom where he fights Agent Smith. This is a close-up of Neo's face as the cops scurry up behind Morpheus. Morpheus has no escape and is heading up towards a manhole to go to street level. This next bit was to be a much larger scale fight between Morpheus, the cops, and the agents. Morpheus is exploding out of the manhole cover into the streets, where he is surrounded by a zillion cops with guns turned on him. Here's a really cool idea that was dropped, where one of the agents comes up to Morpheus with a special gun. It's an idea that Larry and Andy had about a gun that fires tranquilizer needles, which was to work with compressed air. In the shot below, we see a close-up of the gun and see all the little puffs escaping through the vents as the gun is fired. In the film, the agents used needles and syringes filled with a unique liquid designed specifically for red pills to make them talk. They also used conventional weapons such as guns. So the idea that the agents are using guns that shoot tranquilizers makes a lot of sense. A weapon that seems a bit more futuristic that is used exclusively against resistance members. While this idea was scrapped, maybe we will see it return in Matrix 4. Back to the storyboard. This scene only got better with Morpheus deflecting the little needles with the manhole cover and then whipping the cover like a super huge discus. He nails the agent in the stomach, sending him flying back into the police truck. The truck was going to get knocked up onto two wheels from the incredible impact, windows exploding, the frame buckling like it's just been smashed by a speeding car. Larry and Andy had this all worked out, how they were going to do it. With wires and thin sheet metal, you can almost hear the shattering glass. Here's Morpheus kicking back, getting busy with the cops. This shot where all the cops jump on top of Morpheus evolved into the overhead shot with Agent Smith kicking his butt in the bathroom, where all the cops come in. This one is my own idea, the 69th row as we called it. For some reason it didn't make it into the film. Without a doubt, this version of Morpheus's capture would have contributed much to his characterization. He was not so easily captured. He holds his own against dozens of cops, and a special weapon was necessary to try and bring this leader of the resistance down. This would have been one of the most exciting scenes of the movie. However, it does give Morpheus too much prominence. Plus, it takes away the meaning behind his sacrifice. If Morpheus sacrificed himself for Neo and is easily captured, then Neo would feel a deeper obligation or guilt to save him. In this storyboard, we do not see Morpheus the martyr. We see a leader who won't go down without a fight. Thus, this scene needed to be changed. Number 6. A visit to the Oracle. In the theatrical release, Neo was not convinced about a woman who could predict his future. As he once told Morpheus, he doesn't believe in fate. In the film, Neo is obedient. He follows Morpheus' orders to see the Oracle, but the script tells a different story. Neo blows out a breath. His hand reaches, but stops, hovering over the spherical handle. He backs away. Morpheus, I don't think this is a good idea. Why? I told you I don't believe in this stuff. No matter what she says, I'm not going to believe it.